Check, check.
Check, check. 1, 2.
How's the housing project with the Forest Service? Did they ever earn that?
What we're trying to do is, it's a different,
Yeah.
there's kind of three different housing.
Okay, cool.
One is that we use like a city council member or planning and a relations that we have, they can control.
Well, it's only
They
going to
can
be one.
release here for people to build
We'll
houses.
see what the reaction.
That's different than like the housing authority.
Requires a little bit more,
Hey, Jay. All right, who are we missing?
It did.
bit more background. So.
Where's Amy?
I know.
And you actually,
So, wait,
because they normally didn't, what did you ask for 50? I didn't know.
No, Fish Creek is, that agreement on this. And
Here she comes.
partly it's like the Forest Service. It's part of the deal with these days, because all the cuts. It's fun.
Well, and some of the people.
Aren't used to this area. Yeah, so it's, my assistant city attorney.
All right, do we know where Angelica is?
Yeah,
I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
There you are. There, okay.
the guys who's involved in financing the project eventually told.
Stand up.
Uh-huh.
Make those charges.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting?
I did, so if, you know.
Especially because I can't read it without my glasses.
Changes, do they pay for something else?
Well, and it sounds like he wants financial guarantees.
And not pay anybody compensation, you can't really lend up.
Where is it?
Is the.
He needs.
Congratulations, you won an award.
Do we see her? All right, before we get started, can we go ahead and promote Commissioner Macy's to a panelist or host? All right, there we see you. Okay, all right, well, welcome everybody. It is 5 p.m. on Tuesday, December 9th. I am going to call to order our regular meeting number 2025-34. With that, Julie, do you want to call roll?
Steve Montine is absent. Gail Gary.
Here.
John Agosta is absent. Pete Barnes.
Here.
Michael Bacino.
Here.
Amy Dixon.
Here.
And Brian Swintek.
Here.
Okay, and then we will also note that we have our guests this evening. We have Commissioner Redmond, we have Commissioner Salinas, and we also have Commissioners Macy on the phone, online. And I guess I will just start out with a couple of different things. We are having some technical difficulty with our audio, or actually not with our audio, but with our visual. So hopefully we've got some static cameras set up around the room, and we should be able to project out via Zoom as well as channel 6. So bear with us. It may look a little bit different tonight than it does typically. So again, tonight we have our joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners. We'll start out with that. Then we will move into our regular work session meeting, and we will hold general public comment period, probably somewhere around 6 o'clock on any sort of items that are not on tonight's agenda. And we typically don't take public comment during our Board of County Commissioner meetings. So with that, why don't we stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so again, I guess we'll go ahead and start out with our joint meeting with the Routt County Commissioners. We do have two different agenda items tonight. We'll start out first with a presentation on childcare in Routt County, the current gaps and emerging solutions. Kelly, will you kick us off?
Thank you, Counselor Gary. Good evening, commissioners and city council members. My name is Kelly Romero Heaney. I'm the deputy city manager. And tonight we wanted to present to you on just to provide a little bit of background on the state of childcare in Routt County and some future opportunities. We have special guests with us here tonight. We've got the Executive Director of First Impressions of Routt County, Meg Franges, and Kai, her little guy Kai, as an extra special guest. So what I'd like to do is just spend the first few minutes running through just a little bit of background on the project that the city had been working on, which the county was a partner on, so the Child Care Workforce Housing Project. And then I'll turn it over to Meg to present her slides to you all as well. And then hopefully we can hold questions and discussion to the end if that works for you all. Great. And real quick, let me go ahead and share my screen. I also have to apologize that I'm still kind of the new gal around here in figuring out how to submit packet materials in OnBase. And so that's why you have the council communication form in Rainbow, because I accidentally submitted the wrong version. So you all can make fun of me later. So why we're here tonight, Routt County, of course, is facing a childcare crisis. The lack of infant and toddler care is so acute that it's driving families from Routt County. And when we lose families in Routt County, that hurts our economy, local businesses, obviously hurts families, especially the bulk of which have to have two incomes just to survive here and afford housing. Losing families means losing workers. That especially has an impact on our aging population and retired population who are going to need services, particularly healthcare services. The challenge, of course, is who's responsible for solving this problem. It's not one entity, and I'll let Meg go into details on that later during her presentation. I will say, of course, the city, in partnership with the county and CDOT and with funds from the state and DOLA funds, we did make an attempt to address at least the childcare capacity issues and workforce housing for childcare workers through the proposed project that was going to be at 1605 Lincoln Avenue, which would have provided 33 workforce units and a 10,000 square foot childcare center. Over the last few years, the city has been, working with a design team and, of course, with you all and with your support to design that project. However, as we got further down the road with it, we realized that the site was so constrained and the funding gap was so huge that that project really became infeasible. We were looking at a $25 million funding gap. And there were other limitations, like the bulk of the property was in the floodplain. Generally ill-advised to put a critical facility like a child care facility in the floodplain. There are also some easement issues, traffic circulation, et cetera. So rather than continuing to pour money into design of a project that we realize would likely not become a reality, the city decided to go ahead and pivot. And so we'd love to talk with you all more about that. Fortunately, there is an alternative option that emerged on the adjacent property, which we're calling the Campbell property. It came up for sale. And at the same time, CDOT expressed its commitment to the city to selling its property that's there, the property where the project was planned. And there's also a property that's takes up part of what we're calling the Campbell property. So it's adjacent to the Campbell property. So the city is now under contract to acquire that larger parcel, which is far more developable. What that will do, assuming we're able to close, what that will do is that will provide the city with site control from basically Dream Island all the way to like where Steamboat Reynolds is. So that whole area. So that will allow us to do master plan development, or at least master planning of that parcel, and then look at opportunities for affordable and attainable housing. And then we can also look at integrating childcare, our community center services like council on aging, multimodal, and all of the other needs that we may want to integrate into that future project. So I know that was a lot of information. It's a big pivot. Happy to take questions and discuss it at the end if that works for you all. And with that, I would love to turn it over to Meg.
Absolutely, all of you.
Oh, how many meetings is this? Hi. We're gonna go with 4. We're just gonna say that.
Perfect. And just make sure you've got the mic in front of you.
This better.
Is it on? Is it green
Is it
light?
on? Testing, testing.
Or is it green light on?
There is a green light.
Perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
there we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Meg Franges. I'm the Executive Director of First Impressions, and this is Kai. And I'm here just to give a really high-level overview of what First Impressions has been up to and what we're looking at doing in the future. Oh, and this is Bella. So next slide, please.
Welcome, Bella.
So this is just a really quick overview of kind of how we got to this point. So council funding really was renewed in 2022 with the introduction of universal preschool. And at that time, we conducted a strategic plan. And of that, sustainable funding for early childhood rose to the top. So since then, we've been on this journey doing a needs assessment. We also completed a cost modeling assessment. And that is leading us to our next step, which is a strategic investment plan. Next slide. So just some level setting. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Hold that for me right there. So, hi. You can be next. So just some level setting of our current childcare capacity. We estimate that at 75% utilization, meaning 75% of families that currently could use childcare, we would be short 269 slots. This is really felt in infant and toddler care. We have about 300. Oh, I'm going to ask you to stop now. It was funny the first time. I'm going to switch. You sit right there. We'll let you sing a song later. So we have 300 infants in Routt County, and we have 36 spots, so about 1 for 10. Next slide, please. This slide is just giving an overview of where these slots are. So the way to read this table is of the 478 slots we have in Steamboat, 78% of them, so that 78 is a percentage, 78% of them are in preschool. So if you look at those dark blue lines, you can really see we're heavy on preschool slots and really limited on our infant toddler spots. Especially in South Routt, we have absolutely no infant toddler. Bye. And I think something that's really important to note is of these spots that we have, 57% of our childcare providers do not operate in the summer. And I think you could even stretch that, as is demonstrated tonight. They're also not operating at night. All right, next slide, please. So a question that often comes up is, why is capacity so limited? And there's pretty simple answers for this. And the first one being, it's incredibly expensive to provide quality care. There is a market failure, especially in infant toddler care. You do not have enough paying tuition to cover the costs of the staff or the materials or any of the other things that are needed for that infant toddler care. Facility and licensing barriers, as mentioned in this project, it's extremely expensive to build a childcare center or to renovate a building to be a childcare center. We also have workforce shortages across the county and other sectors. It also is in early childhood. But the one reason why it's feeling really, really hard right now is on the next slide. Before 2020, and this one you can see it, that one you can't, but before 2020, we had 26 licensed childcare providers. And as of today, we have 4. So if you think about why this is so hard for infant toddler, is a lot of those infant toddler spots were in our family childcare homes, and then children would transition to those heavy preschool spots. So the system did work at one time, but it's not working anymore. And it's expensive. It's expensive to provide, but it's expensive for families. Families are stating that they're spending about 16 to 23% of their income on childcare. Colorado is actually the 5th most expensive state for childcare. This $21,000, that's for Routt County of an annual cost, but that's pretty standard across the state of Colorado. So if we're thinking about that 75% utilization, it would be about 916 children. So today, to provide high quality care to 916 children across the county, focusing on enough spots for infant, toddler through preschool, we estimate it would cost about $17.5 million. There are things that pay into the system. We do believe families should pay tuition, but they shouldn't pay more than 7% of their income. 7%, 916 kids, that's about $7 million paying into the system. We have current subsidies from the state and federal government, as well as First Impressions local dollars. It's about $2.1 million paying into the system, but we still have an $8.3 million gap. So that's where our new project is coming in. So on the next slide, we're working with the Buell Foundation and some consultants, as well as some community partners, to work on a strategic investment plan to really identify, okay, we think it might be about 8.3 million, but what is that? What does that mean? Is it purchasing facilities? Is it workforce stipends? You know, what are the different levers that we can pull for change? So to figure this out, we've identified 4 strategic investment priorities. And they're really not numbered 1 through 4, so don't let that deceive you. These are in any order. But the 4 main priorities that we feel we could invest in would be expanding infant toddler care, about 120 slots is what I think we could feasibly do. Increasing access to full day, non-traditional care. So this would be summer. This would be before and after school. We have a very service industry and tourism heavy economy. So nurses, they don't work 9 to 5. Restaurant, they don't work 9 to 5. So looking at how we can support those essential workforces in our community, improving affordability for families. And then the last one would be strengthening the workforce and improving retention so that we have high quality childcare programs. This is a very small list, and you're not supposed to be able to read this tonight, but it's just a snapshot of some of the levers we could pull on. And what we want to do next with First Impressions and with our steering committee working on this project is to identify what do these levers cost and which would be the most feasible. So that's what I'll share with you when we get there. But that's kind of the next goal of this project, is identifying which ones of these we could realistically do. And the last thing I will share with you, because this really comes up quite a lot, is just how important quality is. Solutions to the problems don't come at the cost of quality. So just because a center could be licensed for 20 children doesn't mean that's the right solution to the problem. Just because we could hire someone who doesn't have training and pay them less, that's not the solution to the problem. So really, our committee is really invested in making sure that quality is at the forefront of the decisions that we make, so that the solutions that we bring to the table are sustainable. And that's me.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Meg. What questions do we have?
May I start? Thanks, Meg. I totally agree about the quality matters. And I do hear people say that the regulations surrounding childcare is too prohibitive, too restrictive. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we hear that too. And I think for home-based care, I think what is a struggle is that it does take work. You're not just providing childcare, you're starting a small business. And layering those two things together can feel very challenging to someone who's doing it on their own. So that's one of the levers for change that I think is absolutely something we could work on investing in, supporting individuals, not only with funding for licensing, but also for the skills they need to have a sustainable small business.
Thanks.
Can you talk about some of the successes that we saw at the 2025 ballot when it comes to childcare and early childhood education?
Yeah. So we had quite a few communities in Colorado go to the ballot. Larimer County did a sales tax, and they are now working on their strategic investment plan to determine where those dollars are going to be best spent. But they're facing a lot of the same issues that we are in affordability. So I know that was a big one for their families. We also had a special taxing district pass across multiple counties to support the different flow of individuals and families through those counties. And I know that workforce retention is a high priority for them as well. So, we're all seeing sort of the same things, but our pathway to solve this, although there's a lot of shared learning, it's all very individualized, which is why I do think that local solutions are going to be really important, because then we can pivot to the needs that we have here.
Thank you.
Have any municipalities solved this problem?
I really look to Summit County, as well as Ouray for some really powerful solutions. Summit County has really robust tuition assistance program, as well as a compensation plan for their early childhood teachers. And then in Ouray, they did an amazing project with family child care homes and affordable housing. So they built license-ready standalone homes and then put individuals through a business development class to become the owner operator. And they also worked with a group that purchased the home at market rate, but subsidized it to what a family child care provider could afford with the tuition they could charge that a family could afford. So it's like dominoes, but they really nailed it and thought of a lot of different factors.
I had a couple of questions. One, do you want to speak to, again, just maybe to ground us all, to the study that was done a couple of years ago in terms of the economic impact that the lack of childcare has on our economy?
Yes, I believe you're referring to the study that was done by EPIC.
Yes.
The Executives Investing in Children. And that study, I believe, was done as a part of the feasibility study for the DHS building.
It started out in that manner, but then it expanded to look at site selection issues and overall community economic impact.
Yes. Thank you. It was before my time, so I appreciate that. But in that study, they were able to determine that childcare currently is costing an economic impact of about $10 million annually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of, if you think about it, there's an $8.3 million gap and a $10 million hole. It seems that kind of makes sense.
And then the second question I had for you is, what is the timing of your strategic investment plan?
Well, right now we're working, like I said, with the Buell Foundation and a cohort with a consultant, and our goal is to have that pretty much ready to go for review in January with a final publication of April.
Okay. And to the again, the third question would be just when we look at these levers for change, right? So that'll be some of the things that will be highlighted. So, again, to the extent that from a city council perspective, what is within our jurisdiction that a lever that we could potentially pull?
Right. Yep, that's it. That is the goal. Was that the question? Sorry.
Yes. No, exactly. Other questions?
I don't have any other questions for Meg, but I do have some for the city about the project, the childcare project.
Perfect.
Okay, so in the rainbow item, thank you for sending that to us today. It says that the project, although the project would have provided 33 workforce units and childcare facility, the city abandoned the project. When was the project abandoned? Because there's no date in that rainbow. So when was that official decision made?
I don't have an exact date, but it is relatively recent because we were working closely with sort of the team that included folks from the county. Melina was on that team as well, where we were evaluating the project. So probably, I don't know, in the last 4 to 5 months, as we continued to do evaluation of that project and look at the hurdles and look at the prices, that's kind of when it happened. And then it pretty quickly transitioned when the Campbell piece came on, and we started to evaluate that as an alternative. That's sort of when we began to shift that this could be a much better alternative, given the site constraints of the existing site. So it's really relatively new. And that was one of the reasons we wanted to have it on tonight's agenda, was to kind of share that sort of transition and that pivot with you, since you are partners in that project.
Thank you. And then how were the other partners and funders notified of this project abandonment, like CDOT and the state?
Yeah, we've been in communication with CDOT very closely since they own one of the parcels. And then we've also been in contact with DOLA and let them know that we basically had to return some of the funds from one of the original grants that we got that was for some of the infrastructure. So we've been in touch with them and informed them of that decision.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you. And then my other question is, with the Campbell project is super exciting. And so with the abandonment of this project and the potential purchase of the adjacent project becoming housing, are you looking at including infant care in that Campbell parcel? And I guess more importantly, my question is, you've invested money in this project. The county has invested money in this CDOT project. We've also budgeted in the future for this project. And so where are you transferring these efforts to? If you're not going to do the CDOT project, what is your vision and future for where you want to transfer these efforts to? Because the county absolutely stands ready to continue to partner with you on that and to continue to invest in childcare and to push this work forward. And what we don't want to see is for this project to stall and for us to not transfer those efforts into a new project.
Yeah, we completely agree. And I think that we need to take a moment to, get this property closed. So that's priority number one. And B is to then kind of look at the opportunities that the site presents from a master planning standpoint. What can it yield in terms of affordable housing? Does it make sense to do a standalone child care center on the site or not? I think we just need to sort of go through that evaluation process. And I think that we also need to evaluate, and working with Meg and First Impressions is, does it make sense to build a standalone? I think we need to probably revisit that decision that we had about a 10,000 square foot childcare center that was originally planned, and sort of evaluate whether that makes sense. And if it does, who owns it, who operates it, and kind of go through that motion. So.
Thanks. And I guess for fellow council members as well, so we can discuss this, are you guys also committed to continuing this work and transferring that energy into an additional project? I think, we should have that conversation here, as we've all budgeted for this, as we have all been invested in this for the last 3 years. And, we work really closely with Meg. Obviously, she works with the county. And so I think it's just really critical that this doesn't fall to the wayside. Like, well, this project didn't work. The Campbell project's going to take a really long time, but families are suffering now. As Meg said, the need is now. We have a shortfall now. And so how can we, the county, continue to partner with you on this work?
Meg, could you speak to the difference in cost between a standalone childcare and home childcare?
Yes, there's a lot of nuances, but essentially what you need to think about with a standalone childcare center is that it is a center, and it's going to require a lot of different licensing rules and regulations, and it's going to require a lot of staff and infrastructure and parking and different things. Whereas a family childcare home doesn't serve as many children. However, there is flexibility in the ages that can be served on a continuum. So it's not like this class is for this class is for this class is for this, and that's set. A family childcare home can pivot and shift from year to year of who they want to serve and how. Additionally, that's incentivized because somebody could own a home. So there's home ownership embedded in small business ownership, and we're not sort of cannibalizing early childhood teachers from other centers. So I don't really have numbers, but I hope that helps frame it a little bit.
So to meet the need more immediately, it might be better to put our efforts and dollars into fast tracking home care and biting off little pieces rather than planning out for 2 years for a standalone center.
You know, I think that's kind of some of the goals we're hoping to look at, being able to budget out, but, you know, thinking about what we know about the standalone childcare centers that we've looked at over the years, they are often very costly. And so if we could pair this with housing in a way that somebody does receive housing as a part of this, it might be a little bit easier. And we know that infant toddler care is the gap, and infant toddler care in home is a very desirable placement from families. Families shared that with us in the needs assessment, that they, you know, some would prefer center, but a lot of them do like family childcare home as an option for infants and toddlers.
You know, I apologize for not knowing, but do we have a number or figure on what the standalone childcare was going to cost in the projection for that project? Do we know what that was going to be?
I can take that. Rough estimate was around 6 million, but that was just for the shell. We think it was probably going to be upwards of 8 to 10 million once you start, probably closer to 8 million once you start building it out and putting the equipment in and whatnot. So that would just be for the structure, for the building. And then of course you have to have the operator in there.
You know, if I could
go ahead.
jump in there, I do have experience with the home daycare. You know, had one in my own home for a number of years. And as you can see, the numbers have dramatically dropped in home daycare. They have also increased some of the standards for home daycare. And it is also a situation where an entire family is impacted by home daycare. And what you'll see is that families will come into the business when it makes sense for them and their family. You know, my wife had previously run home daycares. I had a young infant son, so he was raised in the daycare. So he got the benefit of the socialization, but also being at home. But it tends to be that when they go to school, families transition out of that.
Mm-hmm.
So you could put a lot of investment into someone's home, and you really could see them in 4 or 5 years transition out of the business as well. So childcare is a difficult model. Large centers financially don't work. And the home daycares, I've even seen people do job sharing in that situation. But I will say the neatest model I've seen is the one that Meg was talking about. And I think the one I saw was in Chaffee County, where they were building in each community 1 or 2 homes that were fenced, ready to be childcare. And the people that would move into that understand that they were obligated to run that. So those are options, but it's a difficult model. And I guess while I have the mic, maybe I'd like to address, as we move forward in our partnerships, it's going to be very important that we have, I'm just going to say it, better communication that we've had in the past. You know, as we're going through with the RTA, as we try to solve our our childcare issues and other joint issues, it's imperative that we work together as teams, share information, and keep each other abreast. And I just wanted to express that.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Macy's, you've got your hand raised, and I will just say we'll kind of wrap this up so we can move on to our next topic, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry I can't be there with you. As you might be able to tell, I'm working through some vocal issues. I just wanted to share Commissioner Salinas' enthusiasm for the topic here. We recognize the problem and want to be a part of the solution, but I do want to make sure that we're clear that the county can't just blindly commit to whatever the city chooses to take on as the next project. You know, in addition to this abandonment of the program slowing us down, I have concerns about the way that this looks to funders when we have these types of projects that are visible, that we all put our names behind, and, the funders are informed that we're not any longer doing them. And we've heard about that in past times and what it looks like for us. So I would just echo the sentiments of Commissioner Redmond that we be included in big decisions that are made like this. And, we have a maybe closer coordination. The communication we received was more that this was a pivot than an abandonment of the project. So we were a little surprised as we passed along to you guys when we read it in the paper, and nobody likes to be surprised. So we'll just work on getting a better channel of communication going. Thanks.
I think from Commissioner Salinas's point, I mean, I think from the city council voting pretty unanimously to purchase the Campbell property, because we're looking at a bigger opportunity than what's there. And we know that there's some STR funds that were used, but there's some land that's part of that parcel that's not under the STR guidelines for affordable housing, but can be used for the childcare portion of this. And I think we're all really excited that we now have that piece of land banked for future councils to really work through. However, you made a really good point. What are we going to do right now? And the one thing that Meg, and I appreciate you bringing it up, 24 down to 4 home care. And I appreciate Commissioner Redmond saying, his experience in that. And maybe there's a quicker model that we can try to entice, support young families that are maybe the husband's, got a job, the wife is either vacillating between finding a second job or opening up a home health care or daycare. And, that aspect is something that is a lot more viable in the short term, in the near term, that we should really kind of see what the public is willing to stomach. And then let some of those people that are excited about saying, listen, my wife doesn't want to go, she wants to stay home and run this business. What can we do as a community to put some funds to help them in that same vein and coming up with something that maybe hasn't even been done in Summit or other counties? We know that is, and I think Dave mentioned it or just seen it, that going to that many home childcare is all those heads on beds or pillows are gone. Right? We lost 24. And I think that would be the quickest way that we can to actually try to get some near-term solutions. So to me, as a council and a cohort together, we really should look at what could we do to get motivated the public to want to do some home childcare facilities? Because in that process, the Campbell property will really help out.
Yeah, I think, again, I'll just kind of wrap this up because we want to make sure that we get to our next topic. But I mean, again, I think we're poised in terms of a lot of different opportunities, but we're going to be very dependent and reliant upon, I think, Meg and all of the experts in the field in terms of helping guide us as to how and what we all can do from our, perspectives and jurisdictions. So, and again, absolutely hear you in terms of we value your partnership and will make sure that we stay in communication, but quickly. So
on that point, though, I actually am really lost to our commissioners. I feel like you guys are speaking in circles and in metaphors. Can you be more direct? What went wrong and what are you upset about? Because I'm very out of the loop.
Well, if I were to break it down, as Commissioner Macy said, that my first understanding that you were changing direction, I read in the paper. And as a partner, I think I maybe should get a heads up.
Yeah, I can give some clarity on that because I know Commissioner Macy's has some voice issues right now. The article in the pilot about the purchase of the Campbell property, there was a quote in there saying that you had abandoned the CDOT purchase. And we had not heard that the city had pulled out of that it was abandoned or anything. We had been a part of this committee that Tom talked about. And in that committee, there was talks about, yes, there's a funding gap. And yes, we want to pivot, but nothing had been decided. Melina and our staff who were, they were relaying information to us. We were getting communications and they talked about the funding gap. They talked about this, but we had never heard that you guys were abandoning the project until we read it in the paper.
What is the channel, Tom, for these kind of communications? the way I see this is I see it kind of as a gap. I feel that you guys view us as your peers, but candidly, this is your full-time job. This is not our full-time job. And so I'm just trying to
Understood.
understand what
I understand
whose
that.
job is what, so we avoid this. Because to me, I don't know whose job it is to communicate directly to you guys.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's something, and maybe Jay and Tom, like, I know you guys chat pretty consistently, and the commissioners were getting updates on this project through our staff. And we were getting updates weekly because we do meet
Yes.
weekly in work sessions. And the weekly update was, talking about the funding gaps, talking about potential pivots, talking about this. But we never actually got the update. And our staff, never said, well, the city never said we're abandoning the project.
So how do we have those channels, Tom? What is that?
And it may be a matter of words.
It could be a matter of words, and I would say it's probably incumbent on Jay and I to just make sure that those messages are getting through. But I think Councilor Gary is correct. I think it could be, we had probably decided to not, when we used the word pivot, we were saying we were moving from that project to the Campbell property, and that was inferred that we were abandoning that project. So fair enough. I think that Jay and I can continue to talk about how we open up those lines of communication.
Discussions to you. There's no surprise that moving to another project, I just think that decision, final point, we missed in translation a little bit. So we'll work on that. I'd also just real quick want to thank Meg for her work over the last 12 months. The numbers you saw up here would be significantly worse if it wasn't for her efforts to save more than one of our daycare centers and keep them viable and operational. We would be having a huge gap right now. Meg's a county employee. First Impressions is one of the few childhood councils in the state, which is a county function, but it wouldn't work without a lot of external support and nonprofit support funneling into First Impressions. So it's a pretty unique model in Routt County. And I think with how things are evolving right now financially, it makes a lot of sense how the model is currently set up. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for making that point, Jay. We really appreciate that and absolutely acknowledge all the work that Meg has done. And that's what it takes, right? Is somebody that's, diligent and committed and kind of helping us all move along in the right direction. So we absolutely appreciate you and all that you all have done. And so thank you.
It's definitely a group effort, but I appreciate the kind words.
Good.
If I can let my daughter just say thank you on the microphone. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Bella, your turn. Come up and say thank you.
Uh-oh, somebody's trying to beat sis to the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome
guys.
for being here.
You guys were great.
All right, really appreciate that. And I did just want to take the opportunity also to congratulate Jay Harrington for being awarded the County Manager of the Year. We are honored and privileged to have you here in Routt County. So thanks for all that you do for the county and all of us in the county that benefit from that. So really appreciate that. Okay. All right. The next agenda item is our review of the Yampa Valley Housing Authority Intergovernmental Agreement. And I did just want to set the stage for this. One of the things that we have talked about doing on a going forward basis is that to use these meetings, the joint meetings between the city and the county commissioners to go through the various different intergovernmental agreements that we have entered into and use it as an opportunity basically to get us all grounded in terms of the IGA and really from an accountability perspective, basically make sure that we understand what IGAs are out there and what is in those IGAs and what our responsibilities are. So we thought that this would be an appropriate time to review the Yampa Valley Housing Authority intergovernmental agreement, particularly in preparation for the upcoming review of the applications for the open seats that are on the YVHA board. And so those interviews will be happening next week. And again, just ask Dan to walk us through the IGA specifically as it pertains to the board and the expectations of the board. And again, any sort of guidance that needs to be provided to those, the county commissioners, as well as those of us from city council who will be reviewing those applications and conducting the interviews and making the selections. So with that, Dan.
Before I start, Sonia did have her hand up.
Oh, Sonia, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention from our team side of things, like Counselor Swintek said, we do meet weekly, so we have a bit better opportunity sometimes to confer on things. And we did talk a little bit about how we wanted to approach this subject today. And Commissioner Salinas is our representative on the Housing Authority. So we've had kind of conversation as commissioners, and I think she will be reflecting our position. Not that Commissioner Redmond and I don't have the right or interest in speaking, but just wanted to let you know that we've had a conversation and have kind of asked her to carry that voice forward as part of the organization.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Macy's, for pointing that out.
Okay, so I'm going to give you just a brief summary of the Housing Authority IGA. The IGA was adopted by the city and the county pursuant to statutory authority. And the main elements of the IGA are listed in these lettered points on the screen. And so each of these IGAs and the Housing Authority IGA includes the name and the purpose of the authority and its services and functions. There is a provision establishing the boundaries of the authority. There is a section regarding the establishment and organization of the governing board. There is a term, and it also addresses expected revenue sources. So those are the basic elements of just about any IGA forming a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. There are some that are specific to this authority. In particular, there's some provisions about Ralph, but I'm not going to get into that because I understand that you're looking at this from a much higher level. So those are the basic elements. In terms of the organization of the board itself, the board consists of between 7 and 15 members. One member is a city council member, and a second member is a county commissioner. And those members are appointed by the respective boards. Council appoints the council rep, and the county appoints the county representative. The remaining members of the board are appointed by joint action of the city and the county. I have been asked in the past, does that mean if you can get a majority of city council members and county commissioners that those people make the appointment? And that is, in my opinion, not the way it works. You would have to have a separate resolution from each body appointing a person to the board. The power of appointment also comes along with the power of removal. So although board members have 3-year terms, they can be removed by joint action of the city and the county. The Housing Authority IGA does not establish any qualifications for members of the board other than the county and the city representatives. There is a preference in the IGA for, let me see what this language is. I think I've missed it. Let me find this. Yeah, diverse mix of interest, demographics, and technical expertise. So that is aspirational. That's not a qualification that would disqualify anyone, but it's something to consider when you make your appointments. I think that's really all I want to talk about in terms of governance, and would relinquish the floor to you all to focus on the issues that are of interest.
Dan, really quick on the the makeup of the board on section 4.2, it does say, it does list a little bit more specifics than that. It says employers employing 100 or more residents, just like we should think about this. It says middle or low income residents, individuals working in the areas of banking, finance, law, real estate, development, construction, healthcare, human services, resort and tourism. So those are listed in the IGA.
And I will just, I concur. I've got that highlighted, including if possible, right? And by way of example, so.
Right, by way of example. So I think that there is a little more than just diverse demographics. We do kind of try and list out, or that is listed out.
And I don't know if you mentioned this, my apologies, but it also, obviously you have to live within the jurisdiction of the authority.
It's live or work, as currently stated. It's reside or work.
Where is that?
And that is in section.
It's to purpose.
I got a lot of pages here highlighted. Yeah, I'll find it in a second.
Yeah, if you can find that. I was going to say what I saw was live, income living within the. Okay, but anyway,
Yeah, I can find it.
For 2. Third line up from the bottom of 4.2.
Thank you.
Does reside or work within the authority boundaries.
Yes. reside or work full-time.
Okay, so question, do we have questions or Commissioner Salinas, do you want to kick off with the summarizing the conversation that you all had?
Sure. Do you want me to kick it off? Okay, cool. I'm happy to kick it off. So we talked about this last week and this week in our work sessions and in our hearings. And we agreed as the three commissioners that we have some targeted amendments that we think would be really beneficial, but that we don't really feel like any new committees or a huge overhaul of the IGA is necessary. We found some outdated language that we think needs to be clarified and updated. You know, there's mentions of Habitat for Humanity, and the local Habitat for Humanity, which doesn't exist anymore. So that's just one example of just some of the dated language. We think that this can mostly be accomplished by the commissioner who sits on the Housing Authority in 2026 and the city council member who sits on the Housing Authority in 2026, along with our county attorneys, to kind of go through the IGA and find that dated language and update it and make recommendations. The three commissioners also think that term limits would be valuable, and our conversations surrounded 3-year term limits, with then the board member having to roll off for a term before they can reapply, just to be able to get some fresh perspective on the board. I know that we have the ability to not appoint someone, but it can often be really challenging when you have a returning board member applying who is incredibly valuable, and it's really hard to not to reappoint them. And so they keep getting reappointed, which historical knowledge is incredibly valuable, and all of us agreed. But having them roll off for 3 years could give someone an opportunity for 3 years, and then they can reapply after that. So we talked about term limits. And
I was going to say, I think when we went into this, Commissioner Macy's, the goal really today, and again, because we've only got about 10 more minutes, is to focus, is there the comments on anything in terms of leading into our conversation next week. So maybe we can focus on that. And
yeah, I can focus on that.
And then kind of get a thumbs up in terms of if we want to have a discussion at a later date about potential revision, how we want to approach the IGA.
I'm happy to focus on that. In terms of our appointments next week, there are, I think, 18 applicants. And I know we have not seen those applications yet, but 18 applicants for a few spots. So it's a lot. And we did get recommendations from the board and YVHA on what their qualifications they're looking for. The commissioners had a conversation that we would be looking for development experience, particularly anyone who has experience with LIHTC, things like that. We are looking for people who have different lived housing experiences, potentially people who have lived in deed restricted housing in the past, or who have gone through housing insecurity. Finance experience is invaluable as well. And so those were the 3 areas that we touched on the most in terms of looking for that. We also talked about potentially a scoring matrix in advance. We talked about in the future, so not for this year, but really trying to find a way, if we continue to get 15 plus applicants, of vetting who we interview. That not just because you apply, you get an interview. I looked at the CAP board applications, as Councilwoman Geary also did, and there are some applications that have paragraphs written with resume attachments, and there are some where they answered the question in 1 line or 2 words, and I don't think that person potentially deserves an interview, right? I think if you put the effort into the application, that's different. And so all 3 commissioners agreed that probably next year, if there was 18 applicants, we wouldn't need to interview all 18. And any other questions? Did I miss anything, fellow commissioners, on the interview process or what we're looking for?
I don't think you did. It does seem 18 candidates at 10 minutes each. But we'll survive. We always do.
I think just making sure that we read the applications before and that we're not asking questions. I know this is what you're going to say, Commissioner Macy's. It just came to my head that we're not asking the question, why do you want to serve on the board? Because that should be answered in their application. And if it's not answered in their application, that's a problem. And so getting into more detailed questions in the interview is what we're looking for. We should all have read the applications, potentially scored them on a matrix, and then interview the individual person based off of what they put in their application, not just why do you want to serve and why would you be not just the same generic questions.
Yeah, the only
Why do
thing
we-
I'll add too is I think this speaks to both the IGA and our interviews next week is that we all agreed that we think that the board size is large and it doesn't have to be that large. So as we think about the interviews next week, I think we need to decide, and we can do that next week. We can have a discussion now. You know, do you folks also see the board as large? And if so, you know, how do you want to proceed with that kind of conversation?
Yeah, and that we want to see quality board members, not quantity. So we don't want to say, well, we're going to get to this number because we want to get to this number. We want to make sure that we put qualified people on the board. But we did have the conversation that potentially 15 is too big and we don't have to fill to there.
Just back to the 18, why do we have to interview all 18 this year?
Well, we already invited them to the interviews and said we
Oh,
would, and we have done that historically. They've already been sent the invitation and we've done that historically. So I think like next year with the application, we say not everyone's going to get an interview, but great question.
Yeah, no, quite frankly, we suggested that we pare it down and basically use some criteria to pare it down, but the applicants had already been invited to an interview time. So,
Yeah, I think we
Are
have
there-
to get after that more than a week before the interviews are set, guys. I mean, honestly, we've been doing the same process for 22 years. If we want to change it up, we got to have a little lead time on that.
yeah, duly noted. We didn't quite know though that, I mean, again, back to communication, another area where we can all, where we can communicate a little bit better. Other thoughts in terms of preparation for, we will get, and we have a list and we'll circulate it to council of the Housing Authority board members and what their area of expertise is right now, so, and of all the existing members as well as those that are rolling off. So we'll share that with I think we'll make sure that that gets shared. I think that probably there will be a need, and how have you guys done in this in the past in terms of determining what questions will be asked? Because I know can we meet a little earlier than 8 right now? I think the schedule is to meet at 8 and the interview start at 8:10. Is there an opportunity, or how do we
I think we
identify the
scheduled around
questions?
your council president.
In terms of the timing?
Yep. And so the thought was that we meet at 8. On our team, we intended to just have our one representative ask questions. But usually we can cover that within the first 10 minutes or so. Sometimes in the past, we've had people do alternating questions to make sure each person on council, if they would like to ask a question, they have an opportunity. On our team, we're just going to have one person because it will be a little less chaotic. And also, I'm planning to manage the time with Jennifer Parent, our executive admin. We have a little timer. So we're going to try to keep it moving along. But yeah, Steve Montine had sent out a list of questions that have been asked in the past. And so frequently what we do is sit down with those questions and just say, you know, are any of these nothing we should ask, or any of these are things that we must ask? We try to knock it out in 10 minutes.
Okay, so we'll plan to do that.
You know, may I suggest that we have the previous list? Maybe we could take a little time, look at that beforehand, make suggestions of removal and adding, and maybe save ourselves some time there that morning.
Right.
I'd like
Yeah,
to.
that's not a bad idea.
Turning to more valuable topics, like can we talk about, does the council agree on what you guys raised about areas of focus, people we want on size of board?
May I?
Yes,
jump in? So yes, to the question, yes, I support looking at it. I would much prefer a holistic view of the entire IGA. I think we are ripe in the opportunity right now to look at the IGA. The Housing Authority has gone through massive growth over the past few years. My understanding is the Housing Authority Board is more of a working board. I don't know that for certain, but I'm hearing that. I'm hearing we need to probably focus more on a governance board. So I would much prefer not to make what I feel like would be knee-jerk reactions tonight to modifications to the IGA. We have best practices and models and examples already out there from other communities. I would rather look at maybe, dare I say, put together a work group to really go through the entire IGA. I would love to add more transparency and what the Housing Authority reports back to the city and the county with. So that would be my preference.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly as well. I think the IGA has some holes in it and some things that need to be tightened up, but also some provisions that we can mandate. Councilor Swintek pointed out last meeting that we shouldn't be in the business of managing the Housing Authority, and I agree with that, but I do absolutely agree that it is our mandate to make sure that they're providing us with the information and the service to the customers that they're saying they're providing. So I think those things can be written into the IGA. Just one comment on the questions coming up. I think in addressing the elephant in the room is, does the board, and do you as a new member or potential new member of the board, have the ability to change leadership of the Housing Authority if that's what is necessary? The Housing Authority has a confidence problem. They have a public perception problem in the community. And I think that's, going to be a big factor in selecting new board members. So I think that's something that needs to come out.
Can you repeat that? I don't understand what you just said. You want the board to be able to change. Can you just repeat what you said and clarify?
Well, because we don't have the ability to change leadership, right? We only have the ability to appoint board members. So the board members would have the ability, if called upon, to change leadership in the Housing Authority.
And what do you mean by if called upon? Can you clarify that?
Well, as a board, if they get together and they have a vote of no confidence, would they have the ability to vote for no confidence?
You're saying, does the Housing Authority Board have the ability to fire the executive director?
Correct.
They do have that ability.
I know, I was saying in the interview process.
You want us to ask the applicants, would you fire the executive director?
Yes. I'm not calling for it. I'm asking if it was deemed necessary, would they? I mean, we have a confidence problem in the Housing Authority in the community.
And then you want us to appoint members to the board who answer yes?
I'm just saying you should ask for some discovery. That's
Oh, and I'm just trying to get clarity on what you're asking for.
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just suggesting that that elephant should be brought out into the room.
Okay, no, I understand. So you're suggesting that we ask, do we appoint board member? If you are a board member, would you fire the executive director? Yes or no? Understood.
Well,
I'm
I'm
asking
going to
that.
go ahead and jump in because I want to bring us back.
No, I'm not saying we're going to ask it. I was just getting clarification on what Councilmember Barnes would like us to ask.
Well, I just want to bring us back to Amy's point, because I think really, that's the fundamental point to start with, which is the county commissioners have said we don't want to go through a comprehensive IGA review process, and the city council is saying they do. And so, I guess my question is, is there a place where the city could then go through its comprehensive IGA review process and propose back to the county the changes it would like to see? Because we've each gone through the IGA and read it and, thought through our own processes as to what we think needs to happen. And, if we're missing things, 100%, I think we need to know that and want to hear that. But I guess what I'd say is I didn't feel a strong appetite from my peers to establish like a working group and go through a comprehensive review. And Commissioner Redmond, Salinas, if I'm mistaken in that, you can let me know. But I think that might be the first question about, moving forward with this. I mean, I do think that we can circulate the draft questions. Councilmember Barnes has added a suggested one, and we can do that via email. But, I think today a decision output would be, how do we want to approach this question of the IGA, which was really what was on our schedule.
I think your suggestion is great. If the city would go through that comprehensive review process and send us what you would like us to review, that would be helpful. And then we can review those suggestions as a commissioner group and say like, yes, we're aligned here, or no, we're not aligned here, and kind of go from there. So I think that's a great suggestion if you guys agree.
Yeah, and I would just say I cut you off. So you obviously have a list as well. So I think that's something that we can talk about. We, again, with having a new council seated, we will have our retreat on next Friday. So this may be one of those conversations in terms of understanding what is the level of effort. And when I hear holistic, I don't hear comprehensive.
Holistic
Right. I
is
hear
great.
holistic, right? I mean, in terms of, I don't think, so I think that's, again, a question we're at 5 minutes past 6. And I guess I'd like to get back to one of the questions that was proposed in terms of the size of the board. And from, one of the things I would think is that's going to be determined by who are the applicants. Right? I mean, what is the applicant? Who is the applicant? What's the skill set? What's the skill set we need? So I think there needs to be some flexibility. I don't think that, and I guess I would ask anybody up here that anybody's going in saying we need to fill every one of the spots. I think that it's going to be something that is going to be organic in terms of the discussion that happens that day based upon the applicants, based upon the interviews and what is needed. You sound like Councilor Swintek. You
Yeah,
wanna
my
say
head is
something.
spinning for the second time in a row. We are commingling so many different
are,
topics.
right.
So I just want to make this clear. The one topic is, do we want to revise and update the IGA? That is its own thing, and we should only talk about that before we move on to the next topic,
Well,
which
no,
would be,
I suggested we
wait,
start.
hold on, let me finish. Then the next one would be the coordinating and the questions of the interview. And then the third thing is, what is our preference for this next board? I really would like us to keep those three things separate, because we just bounce between all three, and this is just not valuable time spent.
Well, despite, the fact that when I set this conversation up, the goal was to ground the review of the IGA right now was for the grounding of next week's interviews, because that's what is the most critical at this stage in the game. And then was hoping that we would not delve into the specifics of the IGA, but rather give a thumbs up or a thumbs down from a county commissioner and a city council perspective as to whether we want that to be an additional discussion.
Okay, should we do a thumbs up on the IGA rewrite?
Well, let's
Edit,
say,
whatever you want to call
I
it.
just,
IGA review.
do we want to take a look at the IGA?
yeah.
And I think I heard from the county commissioners that you guys have said yes, right? I mean, in terms of you have some point
already
that you
did it.
want to make, right?
We
Yeah,
already did it.
we've already done it.
We've done it. We've done it in our last 2 work sessions, and we feel confident that it doesn't need a huge overhaul and that we just have a few minor amendments to make. So we don't need to do a comprehensive review as commissioners. We've done it. And so if you guys need to do a comprehensive review and then send that to us to look at, I think that's great.
Okay, so let's get a thumbs up from council if we want to do that, and we will probably need to schedule that
Wonderful.
at an upcoming meeting. Okay,
Now
I
on
think
to
we
the
got
questions.
unanimous, right? Well, and we're over our hour time frame here, so I don't know what the county commissioners.
Well, we accomplished nothing. Like,
I
what about
thought
the
we had an hour and
questions?
15.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I mean, I'm fine to go on a little bit.
No, we
further
can
if any-
keep going. I
Yeah.
think that was public comment, but that's okay. Go in terms of our regular meetings. So we can keep going if you guys can keep going.
Yeah.
So,
What about the questions for the interview?
well,
The preparing for the interview?
So Steve Mateen circulated those to the interview committee. I would be happy to forward those to like the city council as a whole. And we obviously as the committee got them. And if you guys wanted to, if we just wanted to do track changes and circulate them through your representatives, I think we can then have a comprehensive set of questions that you guys are interested in and maybe narrow it down the day of the interviews. I mean, I feel as though amongst yourselves, you're probably going to need to, as council, have some, must-have questions and some, don't want to ask questions. I already made clear that I really don't want to hear people repeating what they put in their applications because we waste a lot of time with that. But I think we could do that via email and just circulate the past questions and add and subtract.
yeah, Tom, you have that list from Steve, right? I mean, do we have, I
I
think,
can forward it right now. I have it on my
well, I
computer
was going
pulled
to say,
up.
let's clean it up.
Okay.
I mean, and if you guys, and if the county commissioners had any additional questions that you wanted, if you added anything, why don't we clean that up? Tom can circulate it and we can talk about it during council reports next week.
Yep, we can do that.
Yep, I have all
that-
confidence in our council and also you commissioners being on the selection committee next week. The interview process, this isn't new. And we're kind of up against, we're not making any changes moving forward. However, I think it's been brought up with Commissioner Barnes, and the community this past year has allowed us to really think about what is the board's role. And when we are appointing people on that board for development rights, for representation of housing insecure people, there's some perspectives that would be very helpful on the board that change with the demographic and also with what we're needing on the board. And it's our responsibility, yours being the people that will be there and to ask those questions, to really look at it through the filter for the community. And to me, I think that we're going to get a long way this season, and we're going to point, maybe not all 15, but I think we're leading our way into gaining that direction. But more importantly is that I have confidence in that you that are on the interview process are first of all in tune with what the community sentiment has been to allow you to make that decision of who's going to be on the board moving forward. And so I don't necessarily need those questions because I'm not going to be the one asking those ones. I have a lot of confidence in the 3 people we have selected on the interview process from us. But I just want to think that a lot of this will be handled in that meeting, and then we'll be able to bring this back to an IGA discussion that we're going to have sometime in the next 12 months.
Right. So, I mean, again, I think from a full transparency perspective, we can still have Tom circulate those questions. And in addition to that, we will circulate the information that has been provided in terms of the current board members, what the expertise is, which ones are, which seats, which positions are open. And then we'll plan on spending the first 10 minutes, again, everybody coming prepared on that morning to spend the first 10 minutes in terms of what are the appropriate questions to ask, as well as having reviewed the applicants. And I think Commissioner Macy's one of the things you had said in the past too, right, is, I mean, being very familiar with the applications and the applicants.
Yes, and I think you and Commissioner Salinas were both talking about some form of scoring matrix that would be helpful to people in reviewing applications, which I'm totally open to. I don't have any time to put into that, but if we had one, I would use it. I do want to just flag, especially for the new members, these interviews are public, and so is the deliberation process. So, that's not, there's no behind closed doors conversations with these applicants. Everything that is said is public information and recorded.
Do we have a majority of council who agrees with the sentiment of quality over quantity and that we don't feel strongly about hitting 15? I support that.
I support that.
Yeah, I mean,
I support that as well. I do think it'd be hard to narrow down quickly. So, if you're going to try to step down the board, maybe over time or over terms. So if you were removing one seat every 3 years of applicants, or however, if you were trying to get to a structured number.
I feel like we've actually done that with other boards and commissions. Is that right, Councilor Bacino? I felt like we actually didn't appoint a position because we felt like we didn't have the right candidates. This is like normal stuff that we do.
Right,
for
exactly.
interviews.
And I don't necessarily think that we should be in a position of limiting future councils or future commissioners either, right? I mean, again, I think we need to build in, keep the flexibility that's in the IGA in terms of what's the needs of the community, and again, what's the applicant pool. And I agree, I absolutely concur that if we've got an empty spot, we don't need to fill it if there's not a qualified candidate.
I completely agree. It says 7 through 15, right? We got to 15 in this past couple of sessions. And maybe that was out of a knee-jerk reaction of having a lot of activity on the board. But I think that what we're recognizing is let's get quality on the board to help us with the decisions that we need to make. But I do not want to just get rid of one board seat over the next 3 years. That's not the intent. If it needs to be 15 solid quality people, amen. If it's only 8, then that's fine too. But I think that during this interview process, it will be quite vivid that we just don't need a warm body in the room that makes up the quantity of 15.
Okay, did we get the list of questions? And in terms of the broader questions, right, that we talked about? Is there anything else that,
May I just say one thing? I think to the people interviewing, I think something I would love to see is just diversity of thought, dialogue, differences, disagreements. I feel like I forget who was appointed, but I feel like the last appointments, we had some people come on, and I've heard from board members as well that like, we don't agree, but they bring a lot of value. It's painful. It's not fun when everybody isn't all kumbaya, but like it generally is better. So that's something that I would like to see out of this interview process, is some people who want constructive dialogue.
Yeah, I completely agree. And being on the board this past year for the first time, I think there's been constructive dialogue and different lived experience, different viewpoints on the way to approach things. I think a shared values is important, right? Like we want to appoint people who believe in the mission of the housing authority and who believe in building affordable housing. And we want to be mission driven. And there's a lot of ways to get to that mission. And so I agree that that diversity of thought, diversity of lived experience is invaluable.
all right, other closing comments? I think that was a perfect one to end on. I mean, I think we all, right? I mean, in terms of when you look at the IGA, that is the purpose of the housing authority. So that is first and foremost the requirement in terms of anybody that sits on that board needs to believe in the mission and support that. Okay.
Thanks for having us over, Council. I'm so sorry I missed dinner.
Thank
What did you
you.
guys have?
We had
Anything good?
Moe's.
Here.
Oh, Mo's my favorite. All right, well, we're up next.
All right. Well, we
and,
hope you
let
feel
us
better,
know.
Commissioner Macy's. Thank
Thank
you
you.
all again for your input and for the conversation, and we'll follow up from here. I think we've got a couple of follow-up items to deliver on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coming.
Thanks, guys.
See you next time.
See you next time. Happy holidays, you guys. if we
Oh,
don't
yes.
see
Happy
you
holidays.
before then.
You moving over.
Actually, okay. Well, actually, while we're,
Is your
Yeah.
side?
Huh?
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Do you want to do that? Yeah. Somebody want to come over and help just to make sure? Okay. For anybody online, we're just in the process of closing out our joint meeting, and we will move into our work session.
Do we public comment?
Yes, we should. So before we move into our work session, we will open it up for public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience or anybody that's online that would like to make a public comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, which would be during our work session, we will be talking about the inclusionary zoning and linkage, as well as the STR rolling solicitation process. So again, if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on any on a topic other than those two, please come on down, state your name. You have 3 minutes. Or if there's anybody online, please raise your hand. Okay, we're not seeing anybody come who's making their way down to the front, nor are we seeing anybody online. So I guess just to make this official, we will adjourn out of our regular meeting and reconvene as a city council for our December 9th, 2025 regular meeting 2025-34, our work session. And so Julie, I'm assuming we can let the roll call stand. We've already said the Pledge of Allegiance. And so again, Brad, when you're ready, we'll let you go ahead and start. And we'll just remind anybody who has joined late that we are having some issues with our visual capabilities this evening. So you will be seeing a different picture than you typically see. So just FYI, so you know kind of why there is a different view. So with that, our first item on tonight's agenda is the inclusionary zoning and linkage fee feasibility study. And so I believe, Brad, you'll be kicking us off. And then we also have our colleagues from EPS.
Yes, thank you. Evening, council, and everyone tuning in. Brad Calvert, I'm in the planning department. Unfortunately, you're going to hear from me a lot tonight. So if you're sick of me, just like give me the like thumbs down and I will do my best to like be efficient. This one's easy because I'm mostly going to kick it over to Brian here in a second. So we are going to have Brian Duffany with Economic and Planning Systems run through the presentation tonight. Brian and his firm have supported the city in previous efforts, have supported the Housing Authority, Routt County. They're very knowledgeable of our sort of local real estate and housing context, as well as kind of what's going on in other communities around Colorado. So good to have him. And then another person from his team, David Becker, who's with RRC Associates, has been assisting Brian with some of the technical work that you're going to hear about tonight. So he's kind of Brian's phone a friend. If he needs one, he probably doesn't need one, but just in case, David will be online and can chime in as well. I mostly want to just kind of orient everyone to the packet a little bit because there's, I mean, when Gail walked in and saw Brian and I sort of chatting, she's like, that's a lot of slides. We're only going to cover about 15 of the slides, but just in case there was some like supplemental information, we went ahead and loaded a bunch of slides into your packet. So really, Brian's going to kind of hit high level findings. Those are the kind of the first 15 slides. There's some supplemental information that just may be helpful for him to reference. So we wanted to make sure that was in the packet. And then back in August, they shared a little bit of kind of some peer community, sort of a thumbnail of how other peer communities have either housing mitigation programs and or dedicated funding to support the production of affordable housing. So they've completed that part of their project. So there's, I don't know, 10, 12 slides that we threw in as well that is kind of the thumbnail with a little bit more detail of that. Brian won't sort of cover that presentation in detail, but if it comes up in the conversation, obviously we can reference that. The other thing that I'll just sort of, I'll leave you with before turning it over to Brian, and we said this back in August, this is one of those projects that's very much both data-driven and policy-driven. And so we will cycle through a series of conversations, some of which are you have to rely on the data. The data tells the story, but it tells the story to set up a policy conversation. So that's really what you're hearing tonight is sort of a pretty big tranche of analysis looking at essentially how development generates jobs, and those jobs create essentially housing need in this market. So that's really what you're getting is sort of that type of data analysis, but really it's then setting up a conversation for sort of future policy and sort of program details. So you're going to do a little bit of that this evening. And then I'll be at the table and can help out with any conversation as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian, and you should be able to just hit the arrows as expected.
Wonderful, thanks. Again, Brian Duffany, I'm a principal at Economic and Planning Systems in Denver, and appreciate being able to come up and present to you this evening. So this couple caveats. This is technical, dense material. This is not a TED Talk. I've got notes. I'm going to do my best to kind of break this into some bite-sized chunks for you. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions. So I'm just going to try and roll with it here. The other preface is we're mainly looking for kind of direction. We've done a bunch of analysis. We're kind of at a point where we're ready to kind of I have a preliminary recommendation in my mind, and we want to say, we're at a fork in the road. Are we turning right, left, or turning around? So that's the kind of direction we're looking for. What other details do we need to think about? What other questions do we need to delve into? This is really the material, kind of the summary of the project. There's the inclusionary housing ordinance feasibility. There's a linkage program nexus study. There's a bunch of case study data. We're really only talking about the bolded things tonight. If you were to adopt one of these policies, there are a lot of details to hammer out down the road. That's not tonight. So we're big picture guidance. So let's start with definitions. What are we talking about? So inclusionary housing ordinance, or IHO. It used to be called inclusionary zoning. For some reason, that term fell out of favor. So we're going to call it IHO. I might use them interchangeably. So that is simply a requirement to provide a percentage of new homes in new development as affordable at a defined income range. For example, in the past, you would pass an ordinance that said from now, now all new development's going to provide 10, 15, 20% of homes as affordable at 60% of AMI, for example, and pass an ordinance and you're done. A little more complicated than that, but basically that's how you do it. The other tool is housing linkage fees, or affordable housing impact fees. I'm going to use those two terms interchangeably as well. They're basically an impact fee. So new development pays a fee at the building permit counter. That fee mitigates the affordable housing demand that new development creates. The money is spent on housing development and related costs. So traditionally, IHO is kind of a units program. Affordable housing impact fees are sort of a fee program. They work in concert with other funding sources. So most of your peer communities have a multi-pronged approach to addressing affordable and workforce housing. Dedicated funding is a big chunk of that. And then the land use regulation tools like IHO and linkage are the other piece of it. So they complement each other. IHO or linkage here would certainly not replace the STR tax, which is an annual funding source. And in some ways, an annual funding source is the best approach because it's an annual revenue stream that you can budget on, you can plan for, you can fund annual programs. IHO and linkage, they're supply-driven, market-driven tools. So you have to have development happening in order to get units or money out of these programs. So in built-out communities and slow growth cycles, you don't get much out of them. But they're kind of good to have on the books because you may get, communities like this sort of get slugs of big redevelopment projects. And those can generate a significant amount of either units or money. They're both kind of a long game. Okay, why use IHO or linkage and pros and cons? Said a lot of this. IHO is generally, if you want units, however, you can structure an IHO to be incredibly complex. And you can also structure it to make it easy to pay a fee, or fee out is the sort of the real estate jargon. So, but generally IHO is if you want units. Linkage program primarily fees. Back up. IHOs are complicated to administer. So if you get units out of an IHO program, you have to figure out how to track them, how to maintain that inventory, how to ensure they stay in compliance over time, because that's a big investment that you don't want to lose track of. So it takes staffing, it takes resources to do that. A linkage program is a lot easier to administer because developers pay a fee, the building permit counter. That fee goes into your affordable housing fund and you spend it on affordable housing projects. You don't have all the stewardship and compliance and all that stuff that's involved with an IHO. So yeah, pros and cons. STR, dedicated revenue is more reliable. Both the IHO and linkage can have meaningful impacts, but they're lumpy. And both of them do add to the cost of development. That's just kind of a fact. You're charging additional fees, you're requiring more from development, so they do have an impact on development costs. Okay, now the current legal environment has changed in the last 18 months. So IHOs going forward may start to look a lot like linkage fee programs. So in the past, an inclusionary housing, I am not a caveat, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just kind of parroting what I've read and been told by other attorneys. So I'm not giving you legal advice here. So historically, IHOs were treated sort of as a form of zoning, and this is still kind of up in the air. Nobody really knows how this is going to shake out yet. So as a form of zoning, an exercise of the police power, communities could pass an ordinance and just choose a set-aside rate that felt good for them, 10, 15, 20%, depending on how bad they felt the housing pressure was in their community. Nowadays, it is recommended that an IHO be based on a nexus study. And so the nexus study demonstrates that the legal tests are essential nexus. Is there a direct relationship between the impact of the project, what you're asking of it, and proportionality? Is what you're asking of it proportional to the impact? does it scale up or scale down based on the impact of the project? So, the key takeaway here is that you can no longer just pick the set aside rate. It should be based on a Nexus study. And that's what we've done. The other key takeaway is that Nexus studies are resulting in much lower set aside rates than some of the than you see in these other peer community programs. So it's almost moot to sort of look at Aspen and say, oh, wow, they've got a 20% set aside. Let's do that. We are not recommending that we take that approach. We're recommending that we follow a Nexus study. And only kind of time will tell what happens to the other existing IHO programs. The dry air and the altitude here getting me. Okay. Okay, so kind of cutting to the chase here. So these are everything I'm going to show you tonight is draft. There are some refinements to the analysis that we may make based on what I hear from you this evening, some of the questions you might ask and some of the direction we take. But so kind of rough numbers. The draft Nexus study for the inclusionary housing ordinance supports about a 4% set aside. And that would be at about 60% of AMI. And if you convert that to a fee, it would be about $22 per square foot per gross residential square foot. So, you know, it takes a lot of development to create units at that set aside rate. So if you like math, you're in a good place. We've got math here. So if you were to, it would take about 10,000 square feet of single family construction to produce a unit. And so that project would build a unit, a small one, probably about 400 or 500 square feet. And they would pay an impact, or they would pay a fee in lieu of about $220,000. And you'll see how this ties back to the linkage fee Nexus study, where the fee for residential is the same in the IHO as it is in the linkage study. You know, you could look at a condominium project, 50 condos, generates about 6.5 employees. 2,500 square feet of employee housing would be required. They would pay at $22 a foot, 1.3 million in fees. So now let's talk about the linkage fee. So again, an affordable housing impact fee. Here's a key decision point, or something to start thinking about. So a linkage fee can apply to residential development. It can apply to non-residential development, commercial development, or both. That's a policy choice that the local jurisdictions can make if they implement these. So typically, communities have elected to do an IHO on residential and linkage fees on non-residential. The idea is that they're trying to spread the responsibility of mitigating housing across all land use types. Some communities elect not to apply it to non-residential development for sort of economic development reasons. They're concerned about, you know, impacting the ability of people to build commercial space. So as impact fees, the linkage program requires a Nexus study. Those studies estimate and that's what we've done. They estimate the job generation rates for each land use type. It converts those jobs into household income and calculates the affordability gap for each job type, and then is able to give us, is able to convert that into a fee. This is kind of how the math works here. So let's say we have a 10,000 square foot commercial project that generates 1 employee per 1,000 square feet. So it generates 10 jobs. That's the Nexus study. The policy component of that is how much of that impact do you want to mitigate? So you'll hear the term mitigation rate. So it's like a policy discount. In this hypothetical, we're saying this community is mitigating 50% of the impact of that project. So 10 employees generated times 50%, so that's 5 times there's a $100,000 affordability gap in this hypothetical, so their fee is $500,000. Let that just pause there for a second. So this slide might look a little scary. I want to reiterate, the Nexus study calculates the maximum fee, okay? it's very common for communities to adopt a mitigation rate that doesn't charge the maximum fee. And so the next steps, if we want to go down this road for us, is to do a little bit of like kind of feasibility testing. So looking at development costs, looking at fee levels, and trying to strike a balance of what level of fee, is enough to be worthwhile, generates enough money to be worthwhile, and doesn't kill the market, right? So because if you don't, with these programs, remember, they're development based. So if you don't have development, you don't get units or fee revenue. So there's a delicate balance to strike between choosing a fee level that works. And that's not tonight. But, so, you see that the Nexus study here produces some pretty high fees. So restaurant and bars is a good example to look at. They have high employment density, about 6 jobs per 1,000 square feet, generally pretty low wages. So there's a big affordability gap for those jobs, and that results in a pretty high impact fee. The maximum would be, I think that's per 1,000 square feet. I need to confirm that. I'll get back to you on that. It's labeled per square foot. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a brain lock. I might phone a friend here. This is how it works. It's really the same as the example I showed you. But large projects can generate some pretty significant money. So that's a lot. That's a big bite. As I said, it's very technical. I've got sort of some softball questions up here to sort of guide discussion, but I would imagine that you all have questions on definitions, clarifications, et cetera. So I'm going to send a text to a friend, colleague, while you think about your questions.
All right, thank you. Yes, why don't we go ahead and start out with questions for Brad and Brian.
Dumb question.
Okay.
The restaurant development, is that if I buy a restaurant and I'm going to pull permits to renovate it? Or is that if I'm literally building it from the ground up?
Presumption, it's development of new space.
Okay.
They only apply to new development.
Okay.
So in some of your paperwork that you gave us, there was a lot regarding our peer communities, Aspen, Crested Butte, Telluride. Extremely good data for me, putting in perspective of the opportunities that we've missed by not having a linkage or IOHO deal. IHO. As I go through this and look at this, the one thing that you brought up, and it is concerning, is the deed restricted units. That as we start to grow our deed restricted inventory, how has, and you mentioned that it is cumbersome, follow-up is cumbersome. I know Telluride has had people that bought deed restricted units when they were ski patrol, and now they're retired and they're still living in it. So they didn't leave that deed restricted unit. And so there's some, not that they're supposed to be kicked out or anything like that, it's their unit. But my point is that as we are embarking on looking at deed restricted units and increasing our volume overall in the community, we're so much behind the 8 ball of everybody else. What has the other communities done that makes managing deed restricted units not a big hurdle?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question.
I mean, we have the housing authority, and we know that we always seem to say in quote unquote, we're going to, let them take care of that responsibility. And but the question is, that's not really defining what's the taking care of. What are they doing? What's going to happen as we're starting to do this? And my point is what can we do better? Because we are so much further behind everybody, we have the chance to look at what they've done and say, this is what we should do.
That's a great question, but I think it's beyond the scope of tonight's discussion. I mean, right, from the perspective.
Questions and just, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, I'm fine.
Right, but I mean, in terms of looking to what other communities have done from it, I think the conversation today is, right, if we want to pursue, are we going to go, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but I think.
I can give 2 quick context. I mean,
Okay, two quick answers.
The housing authority and the city have been in conversations for, I don't know, a year plus that we need to get our head around what it means to sort of jointly manage, to call it something, a growing portfolio of deed restricted units. So like it's very much sort of, we understand that that's a conversation that needs to happen largely at a future date. The main thing is essentially obviously qualifying tenants, like to understand what a qualified occupant is for that unit and actually have a very structured process to make sure the person in that unit is qualified for the unit based on the deed restriction. That is where you get all the sort of value out of essentially managing that portfolio.
I sort of buried the lead too. My gut, I think my preliminary recommendation is that the linkage fee may make more sense for you because of the ease of administration. You're correct to point out it's hard to track the inventory. It's a lot of work. Like the city of Aspen has an entire staff, with Aspen-Pitkin County Housing Authority that does that. And some communities do it internally. Some communities partner with the housing authority, with a housing authority to do it, and it's hard and a lot of work. So yeah, I meant to mention this. I think my sort of preliminary recommendation is that the linkage fee makes a little more sense for you because it's just fee revenue, and then you can use that with development partners to help fund new projects.
So we're comparing apples to apples, just curious, like, we don't list on here, or maybe they are, and I'm just not seeing it, the communities that have a real estate transfer tax that contributes to their affordable housing.
There's a few that are on there.
In addition, are they listed on here?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Go back to that.
Aspen has a RETT revenue that comes in, and so does Telluride. I just know from past experience, and it was mentioned in a few of these. I didn't dig too far into it. But again, those real estate transfer taxes are done on a state level, and state statute stopped us from doing it. They already had it in place so they can do it. We missed the boat, but it is continually brought up at the CAST and CML housing policy meetings to try to get a real estate transfer fee allowed that we can do it ourselves.
Yeah, and I can't find it, but one of these pages has the communities that have other fees, right? So similar to, I mean, it's right, the real estate transfer fee is similar to the SDR tax. It's another revenue source. So as I say, I know that's in one of these pages that says other fees. But let's bring it back to questions in terms of, let's stay focused on inclusionary zoning, IHO. Any questions?
I think going back to Councilor Pacino's question about inclusionary housing as IHO, I think, switch my.
We called it inclusionary housing
Was it
program. It would be IHOP.
Yeah, right.
Thank you for providing the PowerPoint that you all went over previously, because that was super helpful, because I went back and forth. And it seems to me that, and so you're probably going to hear my bias on the direction I'm leaning towards. But it seems to me that there is a reason why communities have not recently moved towards inclusionary housing. It seems like the ones that we have did it years ago, if not decades ago. And when I look at the chart on the other PowerPoint on the peer communities, clearly linkage fees outweighs the number over inclusionary housing. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, you're right. There's some weird history to some of that stuff. But you are correct to point out that a lot of those inclusionary housing programs are pretty old. They've been on the books for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of, there are several communities that have linkage programs and not IHO. And for whatever reason, those communities, I think, all did them at similar times, and they just liked that. They liked that approach better. I don't know why. Yeah.
Well, I guess my point would be, you said it, right? I mean, from the perspective of, from inclusionary housing is when somebody's building, it's quicker, it's faster, right? I mean, so to the extent that, I know we already have our expedited review process so that if any development comes before planning, right, and there is any sort of workforce housing, right? I mean, that's one way to incentivize that. But from my perspective, it seems like if we've got a development then having the ability to have workforce housing included in that is one, faster, and two, hopefully brings down the cost, right? I mean, to the extent from an economy of scale. So, I was a little bit, I'm disappointed to see this presentation, and particularly in light of some of the policy changes that the really narrow look of what a development, the impact of a development. It's much beyond the people that are building the development, right? I mean, are we going to say, right, that if you're in if the Astrid or whatever new development comes online, that you can't go to the hospital, right? Because we know that there's a impact of building and having, hotels or larger hotels in the sense of this community. It's not just about the impact of building that development, but it's the actual impact on this community, right? In terms of and beyond the service workers. We know, right, again, as we've talked about before, we have to be able to we have a hospital that can service and provide services and for anybody that's visiting this community. So, and I know we talked a little bit about this in the hallway, and maybe you want to address that in terms of why this is and you did, right, from the potential change in the law. But I guess I'll swing that back to a question in terms of, I'm not quite sure I understand your point about policy question, when you talked about that 50%. So it looks like there may be some discretion.
Yeah, there is. So the residential linkage fee, a couple high level points again. So just back of the napkin math, based on the last 10 years of development, the residential linkage fee only at $22 a foot, that could bring in maybe $5-6 million a year. That's not nothing, right? That's a pretty strong supplement to the STR tax if it was adopted at that full amount. So that's something we can look into a little further. And I share your concern with, sort of the low numbers that has come out of this IHO Nexus study. When we look at the peer communities who have these policies on the books at 10, 15, 20%, that's a lot more than 4%, right? Those are historic. I mean, those are old policies done in a different legal environment. And the concern is that today we can't do that. And so, absent that, that case, Sheets versus El Dorado County, we would probably be recommending, a much higher set aside, given the housing pressure that you're facing.
But don't you also want to consider at the same time, what is the detriment to stopping development? Because that's the balance. We do a regulation that we put in there, not 4%, but higher.
Yep.
And then I would love to see, prior to us making that decision, what other communities have discovered. Like, we've seen development drop off.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a hard one to put a point on. Was it, the economy or something else? But I think the biggest fear that we had when we had the inclusionary zoning and we removed it from our CDC was to encourage development, and realizing that that was a deterrent at that time. Now, as the climate has changed and moved forward, what kind of policy can we put forward that allows us a little bit of flexibility at a council level to be able to say, let's change this for that reason? But more importantly, have we seen some of these new regulations deter development? And we don't need an answer now, but I just think that was one of my, as we're moving forward in this, I'm going to hope to have some of that information, because again, I would rather learn from other people's mistakes than to recreate them for my own learning.
Yeah, and that's sort of the next step, is to do some feasibility testing on this. So kind of, if we were to look further into a linkage fee, look at what is the impact of adding $20 a foot in cost.
Yes.
What does that do? And so that's in our scope.
Does it stop the project from being built?
To piggyback on that, one other ask from me for any future questions be asked. One of my big worries is we've done this and then we repealed it. So what's different this time? Why is it going to work this time? I would like some discussion on that. Not right now, like in a future presentation.
But Councilor Switek, I'll give you a quick answer because this comes up. It was repealed and oftentimes gets described as a failure. And I think that is, personally, in my opinion, that's an inaccurate description. If it would have lived for a while, survived the Great Recession, come out on the other side, to Brian's point, we would have had 10 years of relatively robust development that we would have generated a lot of fee and units, right? So in some ways, I think it tends to get mischaracterized as something that was repealed because it didn't work.
And I would say if we're going down that path again that we make it really hard to repeal. You know, because I think that's also the point in the case study is that what he's saying is that we didn't have enough fortitude at that time to just hold on, or the council didn't. So making it harder for future councils to repeal might be
Just
practice.
if you could provide history, like I'm new here. So just whenever we have that, if you could give us some of that history.
So I mean, just use, I mean, Brian's back of the envelope, over the last 10 years, there have been $60 million that would come in the door. I mean,
Yeah,
broad
and we're
strokes, you
talking
know.
about the why. Why was it repealed? Why did it not work? Why do people think it's a failure? Why wasn't it a failure? Just if we could have that
Some
discussion at a
context.
later.
The market was pretty different then. Steamboat was not nearly as expensive as it is now. It's night and day. You know, it was the late 2000s in the wake of the financial crisis and housing bubble. And it was a different world than today.
What 2007 looked like today.
Yeah. Yeah. It was tough. And I'm not, I want to say too, I'm not advocating for any of these policies. My job is to help you make a good decision for your community. So the only time I would be sad is if you didn't get what you needed and didn't feel like you could make a good decision. So we're all here for questions and direction. So what do you think about that? Do you think the linkage fee is something you want to look at?
I'll tell you what, let's make sure let's do questions, and then we'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll go back to your questions and discussion. So are there questions?
One more, maybe two more. In the presentation, it said some communities for a linkage fee did residential or non-residential, and sometimes both. When you talk about non-residential, have you seen them break it down by zoning as well? Meaning commercial or industrial, maybe we wouldn't do linkage fee in industrial, but we would for commercial services, or does that make sense?
Yep. That's part of the analysis is to create, you should have a different fee for some broad categories of land use. So in this in our draft work, we've got it broken down for healthcare, industrial, two types of industrial, office, restaurants and bars, et cetera. Yep. So it's not a flat fee for everybody.
Okay. And then my last question on just making sure I'm understanding this correctly. When we talk about a linkage fee, it really looks like the peer communities, it's really used as employee generation, I guess, that these tools are fundamentally about managing growth impacts. Maybe not fully solving housing demand, but more as a mitigation tool. Am I asking that right, Brad? I looked to you because you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, short version of this, the working assumption is that new development creates a job. In a market like ours that essentially has a housing market that is broken for the local workforce, the reality is that job actually creates housing need because the market is not going to provide the home that employee can afford. So this is, and to your previous question, a lot of this analysis is understanding how many employees are generated by different types of land uses, and essentially the job or salary profile of those employees. So we actually understand, this type of job actually generates, has a salary that for all intents and purposes can afford a market rate unit, or there's a whole profile of jobs that simply cannot afford rent and own prices in our community.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
So can you make exclusions on these on affordable housing?
Yeah. So new affordable housing would be exempt from these. Yep.
Yeah, so that would be one of the, Brian sort of pointed to, like, there'll be future conversations. Applicability and exemptions will be kind of a big piece of that, fee in lieu, alternative compliance. Those are all the things as this begins to emerge, those will be, future conversations. Should obviously, we not get the turnaround advice that Brian mentioned and have a keep going conversation.
So the question we're really faced with is either picking one or the other, or looking at them both more in detail.
Yeah.
All right, other questions in terms of the information? Councilor Bracino, did you have a question? Okay, all right. Well, what we'll do is just quickly open it up for public comment to see if anyone in the audience would like to make a public comment, or if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, as we are specifically talking about inclusionary zoning and linkage fee, the feasibility study. So if there's anybody in the audience, come on down. If there's anybody online, please raise your hand. Yeah, Jacob and Emily, we're not seeing a list of participants. So if you're seeing anybody that has their hand raised, would you please let us know? All right, I don't think we're seeing anybody that would like to make a public comment. So let's go ahead and we'll bring it back to council for discussion. And I think your intention is for us to walk through this slide, right, in terms of questions and discussions.
Yeah, if that works for you, we can do that. If I think that's a good plan.
And just so that y'all, I mean, Brian sort of mentioned this, and I think it's laid out in the communication form as well. Part of this is to continue the sort of quantitative policy analysis exercise. Like, how do different mitigation rates impact development feasibility? I mean, those are the types of things that, as we hear a little bit from you all today, what feels like, let's call them program parameters, it actually can essentially give us a testing approach to again, really sort of continue to dial in what might feel like program recommendations and guidelines.
I can start because I'm not going to address any of these questions. I hate that I'm saying this, but I just have this, I worry about public trust with us and STR funds. Like, we just got an email about it. Like, we're sitting on so much money on affordable housing funds. And I worry about this looking like council's just money hungry and they do nothing with it. There's nothing happening. So I love that we're pushing this forward, but I cringe at just thinking about sitting up here saying, yeah, let's put this in, and especially encouraging a fee-based one rather than building housing. I'm like, great, we have more money that we aren't allocating, which is our next topic. But like, that's my concern, is I want to see more presentations on this, but I'm really apprehensive. I know we need this, but I also, I don't like it. And that's kind of where I'm at. I'm very torn.
It's funny that you say that, because in the discussion we had, Jason Lacey was president at the time, and I was on planning commission, and this moratorium had been continually going on for the inclusionary zoning. And one thing that happened is that the citizens voted in 2016 for a 1 mil property tax to help stand up the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. And it was at that point, it was probably about a year into it, that they stopped. About 2018 or so, we took that off the moratorium and just got it out of the CDC for an inclusionary zoning. And part of the reason why was because the housing authority was delivering units, right? We felt the same way you did right now, Brian, was that we're doing success. They're bringing success with this. Why do we need to keep kicking this can down the street? Let's just take it off the books. Okay.
So funny. I don't feel like we're delivering success. That is my concern.
Understood. But at the time, that was the decision that was made. Since then, we now have a 9% sales tax, which is generating an insurmountable amount of money that dwarfs every other community's affordable housing fund bucket, that it hits the nail on the head of what you just said. Do we need to do some IHO right now when we already have this ongoing thing? Two things come into play. One is the short-term rental tax is limited for a 20-year sunset. So we have a time where that will end eventually. So we have to kind of look at this on a larger scale and a little longer, that if we put some things on the books, the city council can stop not, we can put a moratorium on it once we even put it in there. We don't have to, depending on the economy and the culture of the development, we don't have to do it. So there's some validity with putting something on the books, but I totally am sensitive to what you're saying is that, and it was the reason why we stopped it in the first place. We had some stuff.
But I think that's a nice talking point, but even we haven't addressed the up to 9%. Like there's no faith with the community. Like if anything right now is a time to reduce it because of what's going on in the economy. And we don't do that. So for us to say, yeah, we can put it on the books and decide not to enforce it, there is no public trust that we would do that. So that's my big concern.
I would tell you, I mean, we'll get into this in terms of the next conversation. I mean, we can spend the 24 million like that, right? I mean, we've got another phase of Cottonwoods. We've got the Campbell property. We've got Hilltop. We've got, we've still got the property near the hospital. I mean, there are a lot of opportunities for us to spend short-term rental monies, and that doesn't even include what is coming to us from the community. We know that obviously the school district will probably be coming for short-term rental monies. So that's why I lean toward really, and those, have always been a big advocate for inclusionary zoning. Again, because it's quicker, right? And from the perspective of if you've got someone that's a developer that's already moving forward, having the ability to include in there any sort of, workforce housing. And a little bit to your point, with the fee in lieu, it's like we do have a funding source with the short-term rental monies right now. So it's an all hands on deck from my perspective. We've got a housing crisis, so we need to attack this from every angle that we can.
We've only attacked it by filling our coffers. That's my point.
But can I chime in? So what you classify as not doing anything, we've allocated $14 million this year in projects. So to me, success is not spending all short-term rental tax dollars to zero. That does not mean success. It's managing it appropriately. I'm looking at the spreadsheet, this Excel spreadsheet Kim sent us a couple of weeks ago based on Councilor Gusta's question about our balance. And I'm looking at all the stuff that we've funded this year, and it's 14.9 million, if I'm reading this correctly. So we have. It may not seem like it, but we are. And to me, success is not getting to a zero balance, because I think that's actually irresponsible. And we probably never will until it sunsets, because we are getting funds every single month, which we should. So I don't see it as a failure. I just have to, and I think can we do more? Yes.
Yeah. And we'll just review, right? We got 11 units at Riverview, right? We also bought down the units at Cottonwoods in terms of 86 for sale units, first time in the last 20 years. We got units as part of for housing at Casey's Pond. So we have made progress.
I think what brought to me the light of losing that moratorium that we had on inclusionary zoning in the past was the Stockton. The impact of such a huge development at the base of the mountain that had a ton of employees that had to be hired. We were talking about the same thing with the Discovery Land and Stagecoach when we don't really have authority out there, but we do have it within our city limits. And the impact of a project like that without having an IHO or a linkage fee is just silly. Because we know the impact of a large development at the base of the ski mountain or anywhere in our community is going to impact the community. So to tie something under our code of development that goes in perpetuity carries a lot of value to me because of the opportunity missed with the Stockton. So if I use that Stockton as an example of what we could have gotten, all right, in light of the fact that if all of those are rented and they're short-term rentals and we're going to make additional 9% on all those, again, that is going to sunset at one point where we can, there's got to be kind of a connectivity between the two. And I think that this is worth the discussion that we're going to have on these questions.
Brad, if everything goes perfect, what's the implementation time in a perfect world?
Say that again. The sort of, when could these policies be sort of up and running? Those are all, apologies to keep saying, oh, those are future policy conversations, but they're future. I mean, one of the key considerations for something like this is the effective date, like when you actually start the process to collect the fee. And there are a couple rules of thought on that. Sometimes you want to like collect the fee the very next day. Some folks want to give some lead time to the development community to understand.
But I mean, like considering the research we're going to do now and we're talking a year out or 2
No,
years.
our goal is to like if you're essentially keep going. Let's aim towards having a policy design and implementation conversation. Like let's call it second quarter of next year is when I think you would be seeing like the actual sort of implementation language.
So let's go back to our questions and discussions. And I'm gonna say I think question 2 is the first question we answer, because that to me drives the answer to question 1, right? I mean, from the perspective of our goals to generate units, or is our goal to generate fee for revenue? And I say that with my bias of, I think you're exactly right. It's both, but I say that with the bias of, again, going back to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the inclusionary zoning, we will be quicker in terms of getting units versus having the money.
Depending on what the fee in lieu policy is. And there's some considerations here to think about where, if because the set aside rate's low, you may end up with projects that have 1 or 2 affordable units in them. And we want to think about how well that mixes with the larger project, and where they're going to be. I think that's one of the downsides of IHO is you don't have as much control over where the units are going to be where the project is built. So
Right, Steamboat 1 has 1 or 2, right?
Right.
Affordable, yeah.
Great example.
Right. But I think the people that probably live there are happy that they have a place to live.
I don't know.
and just one thing on pace. I mean, I will always go back to this. Brian said it. Like the next phase here will be to essentially try to understand how the potential policy and fee impacts development feasibility. No development means no unit, also means no fee. So if the rates are set such that essentially a development pro forma cannot absorb that cost in a way that they feel like there is a path to development, that is a risk that is associated with this. Now, generally, the feeling is the market eventually sort of figures out how to work through these programs, but like that may take a little bit of time.
I haven't seen any mountain town in Colorado whose market has shut down because of their housing regulations.
So let's focus. We'll go back to question 1. And I know that, am I the lone voice on IHO still worth further evaluation? Do we have a thumbs up or?
I still think they're both, I don't know. I mean, do we have to pick one of them tonight?
No,
You guys, I think they're
pick 2.
both very valuable. I'd like to see where we are the next step.
I mean, just to be clear, their scope includes evaluating all of these, but to Brian's sort of earliest point, if you want to give us a turnaround, let's not do this. We wanted to hear this so that we could obviously give you information the next time around that is actually sort of meeting where you are in terms of where your expectations are in terms of what would be fully considered for implementation. So if you just had a no-go on one of these, we would shut that down. But if you're generally keep doing what you're doing, we can do that.
Okay, you'll make it easy for us. Is there anybody that says no-go on IHO or linkage fee?
I'm indifferent. I'm not against it. I'm apprehensive. I don't want to chime in on this. I have nothing constructive to add. I shared my concerns, and that's where I sit.
But you want them to bring back more info for us is what we're asking. Okay, so
I think we should continue this conversation.
I think that's what they're asking, yeah. Is not,
Yeah, but otherwise I'm not going to chime in on, don't look to me, look to them for answers.
oh, Brian. The IHO, just as we're talking about gathering more info, I remember when we had it before in Steamboat, and you all probably remember as well, that I think some of it may have been connected to employment as well, when units were built. We could set it up to where it could be anyone could have access to the units, right? It doesn't have to be direct. Okay. Okay.
Yes, the thought, I mean, they would be open units. I mean, likely with a workforce restriction or some other restriction that, yes, could be rented by anyone that's a qualified occupant.
Okay.
Well, and I think that's a question though, right? I mean, qualified occupant versus qualified owner, right? Because like I know the Steamboat One is a qualified occupant. It's not a qualified owner. So that's probably a further discussion point, right?
That's
Yeah, I
one
mean,
of the many
this is about whether
details.
it's a rent, you're getting a rental unit or an ownership unit. And both can obviously be delivered.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Do we want to go to question 2 then?
Yeah.
What are council's goals for these programs?
Well, it might be redundant with one, but carry on.
I think we said,
Yeah, we're
I think
good.
we're good with one, right? In terms of, did I misunderstand? I don't think anybody said that there was any,
They're both
nobody wants to turn around.
Okay.
And number two, in my opinion, they're both. So when I look at generating units, what is our goal for these programs? What I don't want to do is I don't want to limit your deliverables to something that the community, the development community is going to be hogtied. These two items, whether you generate revenue or you generate units, let the developer decide what works for them. I want to keep it that open. So to ask me to pick one of those, I will not pick one of those.
I don't understand that.
So you might prefer,
I'm sorry.
so for example, if it was an IHO, you would, am I interpreting this correctly? You might prefer an IHO that has a fee in lieu option that's fairly easy to do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, because, yeah, exactly.
Just to play the other side of that, because if it's not easy to do, that means you're essentially suggesting we want the units. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, again, if I'm a developer and I'm looking at my regulation that's been passed down to the city of Steamboat Springs, and I'm going to come in here and say, well, listen, we don't have any square footage to develop units. We'd rather give you a chunk of cash, go build a first track somewhere, right? And we don't want to be involved with building it. Here's $2 million, talk to you later, we're done, right? That may be my option as a developer. But the other side of that may be, gosh, we have this whole first floor that's really not attractive to anybody. We can turn that into 10 units that are all, one-bedroom units, and that helps with our inclusionary or our IHO requirement. So as a developer, I get to choose which one works for me. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. Thank you for clarifying. That was loud and clear. So I'm the person who needs housing and I don't care about the developer. And you just said exactly what I don't want to happen. A developer to say, we have a crummy first floor that we don't want those that can afford to pay for housing to live there, but we'll build affordable housing for you
Have you
all.
seen the deed restriction unit at One Steamboat Place?
Want that? I know.
I know.
I know. That's what I want to avoid. I don't want those and them and the haves and have-nots. This is a community that we all live in.
So let me ask you the question then. If you were going to have units that are attractive units that would allow people to live at the base of the mountain, that would keep it diverse and colorful, versus the developer saying, all I have to do is throw money at it and they don't get to live here. See, I like the idea of keeping the mountain area diverse and live and vibrant because there's a full-time living population there, not just seasonal when the ski mountain's open. And
So
so
that, and I think that argues for not having the developer be the one that chooses.
Yeah, and so I could be speaking
Right?
out both sides of my mouth. I apologize. But again, I'm trying to be creative.
Good.
Councilor Dixon, I'd say from the experience of the IZ ordinance we had last time, that was one of the biggest hurdles we had was where the units are located in the complex, whether or not they pay into HOAs. So in most cases, they didn't. So there was this sense of haves and have-nots. And there's not really, we don't really have an ability to say, well, you have to provide the units in this location of the complex because we want it to feel integrated with the other. It's going to be, these units are going here, that meets the standard, that's where they're going. So we wouldn't have that ability to sort of make sure that they feel like they're integrated.
Yep.
And I will say that in our experience, in some cases, people did not want to live in that environment because they felt like they were not part of the overall complex. So it did present some problems. And I will say from an administration standpoint, I would hope that your analysis includes kind of what it would cost from the staffing standpoint to administer an IHO program, because it is rather extensive, and I think we need to consider those costs as well.
That's one of the cautions. It's a lot of work.
Yep. Yeah, thanks for that, Tom.
Bring-
And I think we would have to raise the standards if we could. Because what I don't want with the IHO is just us creating units so businesses have employees. That could be one goal, but we should be building these to create community, to get people to truly live here, stay here. If they want to have a family here, whatever that looks like. To me, it's about building community. Okay, all right, I'll go.
Absolutely. Underscore that.
Okay, I was going to make one comment on number 2. Generating fee revenue, yes. And I really like the impact mitigation language too. I don't know if we can somehow weave that in there. If not, I don't want to wordsmith that, no biggie. But yeah.
I think that's enough for us to go on, I think, on 1 and 2. Yeah, I think we can bring back some, a little bit of case study, a little bit of outreach on those questions, particularly the on-site versus off-site and fee compliance stuff.
And hopefully it's not anecdotal, right? I mean, right? We don't know. We've got a housing crisis in this community.
Yeah.
And so unit, no unit, or, I mean, so again, getting some database driven, so we can make database driven decisions.
I will say some of those questions are a bit qualitative. So we'll do our best. I think another important one to think about is, so if we were going to look at a linkage program, residential, non-residential, or both?
Well, and when I think maybe even caveat that, right? When we look at the other communities or some data that you provided, it was like, is it square footage of a home? Is it 2 units? Is it 4 units? I mean, when you're starting to talk about residential, right? So maybe give us a little bit of qualifiers in terms of when you talk about residential.
Yeah, I'll ask the question in different words. So the affordable housing impact fee, would you want to apply that to just residential development? Would you want to apply it to non-residential development only, or both?
Why would we not want to apply it to both?
I'm on both, just because we don't know what the other looks like. So to say no, I agree with you, Gail.
So maybe bring back some refinement on what it might look like applying it to both.
And you pose the question in a way that says one's better than the other, or which one do we want to go with? I'm not ready to make that decision. I think right now we're looking at it like they're both viable.
I think in terms of bang for your buck, so gut level here, I think bang for your buck, you're probably going to get more revenue out of the residential. There isn't a lot of non-residential that gets built in Steamboat right now. And so
But when you're talking impact, right? When you're talking impact, and if I'm going to have someone build a commercial 4-story building or 2-story building or something with some, we're going to hope that there's some kind of linkage to the commercial that's being built.
Yep.
And we need, people to start thinking about the employees and where they're going to live.
Right.
And if we can offset, if like a Homewood Suites goes up, we don't have any linkage fees. They're going to need housekeepers and cleaners and things like that, and we have nothing tied to that commercial. So to me, whether it's residential or non-residential, it's viable to have both. That's my opinion.
Fair point. Yep.
And this is just like food for thought, because the question was like, why wouldn't we do both? Like there will always be trade-offs in here. So like the thing that I come back to on commercial is particularly like if you really want mixed use product that maybe is like delivering relatively small commercial space, let's call it 2,500 square feet to 10,000 square feet in total, there's a good chance that developer is probably only doing that because that's what they think we want to see or the standards suggested. This has now created a whole other line in their pro forma to figure out how they essentially mitigate the potential that space creates housing needs. So it will be headwind in certain circumstances.
It's a design problem more than headway. They just have to design into the new code if that's what it is.
You did have on one of your slides about non-residential STRs in the green zone. So it's basically taxing them as, or putting linkage fees on as their commercial,
Yeah.
calling them non-residential.
That, it's back to the questions in the discussion. Yeah, number 4.
Yeah, so there, a couple things I'm going to stack onto your question. Okay. You could think about if there is areas of the city where you might want this to apply and not apply. And I think might be a little bit of a legal conversation for later. We may be able to look at having the linkage fee apply only to certain non-residential uses. So not all of them.
And that's very justified. If we have a dog wash being built, we're going to tap something to it.
Yeah,
may
like-
keep them from building it. So
Maybe it applies to hotels and not to light industrial.
it could be based upon square footage overall.
Yeah, but the fee is per square, it would be per square foot.
But it may not be charged until 8,000 or 10,000 square feet.
Sure. Other communities, I think, have looked at caps, right? So a certain size threshold.
And just sort of the just sort of geography application question is kind of a strong market, weak market, right? You really don't, if you have a relatively weak development market, that this would further weaken how attractive it is to the development community, you're not doing yourself any favors, right? But if you have a strong market that can absorb those additional costs, because to Brian's point, this is not cost neutral. We should not suggest that it is. A stronger market can obviously absorb that.
Agreed.
So basically, we've narrowed it down to look at everything.
Yep.
All right.
But that's part of the guidance we were looking for.
Yes.
And from our experience, we can frame this up a little, we're swirling in the funnel, right? So we can get us a little further down in the funnel.
You guys are doing wonderful. I mean, honestly, this was great. It's fantastic where we are in this. It is something that we're looking at. So the time is definitely well spent, and I appreciate your bringing these questions. And even though they're still keep working forward, I think you're going to hit something really solid for us.
And will you reach out as part of this to the development community? At what point does that engagement happen?
I think soon after this. Now we kind of.
And obviously the housing and the people who need,
Yeah.
but again, in both purposes, right? I mean, not only that development community, but obviously the folks, the people in the community that are looking for housing too, right? In terms of what's acceptable.
I think it's important to get both perspectives.
Okay, so maybe are we ready to go? If we go back and just refresh us all in terms of your next slide, which are next steps, and assuming you've got everything you need from that list of questions?
Probably shifted a little bit from what we've written here, but I think our next steps is frame this up a little tighter from your input, and give you some more defined options to consider on the two programs, and talk to some people.
If you don't mind, could I maybe ask one question? Tonight's conversation, you probably get this, probably wasn't at the point where it felt like there was a staff recommendation to bring forward, because it was too open.
Yeah.
But we're probably getting closer to that. And I would love to hear that is something that you would want to see as we get closer and closer to what's the thing that we fully want to design and implement, that you would want to hear that.
I think that's the next, where we'd like to see you next time, is what a sample, IHO would look like, or a fee in lieu or something for us, so we can start really picking that apart. That would be, to me, progress.
And I was going to ask when.
To Councilor Barnes's question, I said second quarter of next year, largely because Brian and his team can move relatively quickly to turn over quantitative analysis. This is the beginning of kind of how you would structure your program. But there's some code writing. There's some things that you would want your planning department to do that takes a little bit more time to just make sure that we actually think about how this program intersects with the sort of larger kind of code and development framework that we have. Like, I mean, it's unfair to ask Brian and his team to do that. So part of it is just that step to make it work within our existing policy framework. So that's the thing that would essentially take a little bit more time, even if we get sort of full thumbs up. Yep, this is what we want. You know, there's details that obviously still have to be worked out.
One last question, or one, possible is, can you phase these fees coming in? So if we're here in, 4 quarters from now and
Yes.
seeing a big economic slowdown, we don't just drop the whole project, but that we implement it with a very light touch, with the idea of ramping it up as development comes back?
Yes.
Yes, and I'll add the other thing that we will ask Brian to do if we end up in a place where we have a suggestion of a program is how you actually evaluate your fee structure going forward. Hopefully one that's relatively simple. We love Brian. I will work with Brian all the time, but I don't feel like I want to pay him every 3 to 5 years to sort of recalibrate our fee structure. If there's some relatively simple way that in-house we can make sure that the fees are still working, delivering the outcomes that we want, not overburdening the development community. I mean, all those sorts of things. So like there is an ongoing sort of monitoring and maintenance of the fee structure that's important too.
Okay, good. So and I know part of this too is we're having, obviously, as we as a council will move forward with our goals, in terms of that discussion, this may fit into that from a workload perspective, but we'll, in terms of kind of refining it with kind of goals and timelines. But right now, I think, I've kind of written down first quarter, second quarter.
Yeah, and the other thing that sort of came to mind to me, like as we get a little bit closer, I mean, I can work with Tom to sort of ask, like, is this another work session conversation, or does this feel like a regular meeting kind of conversation? So we'll just sort of sort out where we think when we get to the point where like, oh, we need more council feedback. We'll figure out what venue is the right venue for that, or at least make a suggestion so that you all can sort of make that decision.
Okay,
The
good.
thing that I would suggest we do is, with respect to the public outreach, is really engage the development community, because I think from a realistic standpoint, from a market standpoint, it goes beyond just the numbers. It goes to Councilor Dixon's comment. We want these to be integrated, but if we design a program where they say, well, we're not going to put units in this complex, no matter what you say, we're not going to do it. We need to know that. So I think some dialogue with the development community beyond just sharing numbers, I think would be helpful.
And weren't you part of the, working here in Steamboat in the planning department when we did the inclusionary zoning the first time?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, we got some serious good history right here.
I don't know if it's good history, but it's history.
It's good history. Thank you, Tom.
All right. Any other questions or final comments? All right. Well, thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate.
Appreciate you
all of
very
that.
much for
Brad.
bearing with me on this stuff. Thanks.
Break.
Yeah, let's do that. Did public comment? Yeah. Didn't we do public comment?
You did.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to thank you. We were just confirming we did public comment. We are going to take a 10-minute break. So we will be back at 7:37. No, on Tuesday. He flies
I
back.
think we're making good progress. You and the folks.
I agree.
That was really
So I think it will depend on how well, probably how well he sleeps, right?
I think
All right, okay. Are we ready to reconvene and move on to our next topic, which is the STR tax fund rolling solicitation process? So Brad, would you like to introduce the topic?
Yes, I'm back. You were going to hear from both myself and Gates Gooding. So you all know Gates as your URA project manager, but we've actually brought Gates on board to help out with this project as well. So I was just talking to Councilor Bacino, and his advice was to move as quick as possible through the slides so that you all can have ample time for discussion. I think that is really good advice. I'll do my best. I think there's probably a little bit of like context that would be helpful in this, but Gates and I will do our best to sort of motor through this. Importantly, so you all are seeing this conversation, the Ad Hoc Housing Advisory Committee saw a slightly longer version of this presentation, I don't know, 3 weeks or so ago. And so you'll see some takeaways from that conversation, generally supportive, but we'll walk you through that. You will also see in a couple of slides kind of references to interviews. We conducted 12 or so interviews, largely Gates, to sort of help us get our head around this topic a little bit from, local experts in our community, as well as folks active in sort of affordable housing throughout the state of Colorado. I will just say like that is just one sort of method to gather information. Actually, one of the benefits of onboarding Gates to the project is he went back and like listened to the previous ad hoc conversations related to how to structure sort of a rolling solicitation process. He familiarized himself with recent council discussion, that sort of thing. So it was actually really good to sort of go. We were able to mine really kind of a year's worth of discussions, even though maybe obviously that those sort of occurred over a fairly lengthy amount of time. So bad news, we had 8 discussion questions. I think we probably could have come up with 16. We'll just bear with us. Anything you want to talk about is obviously fair game here. Just so you all know from sort of some background, this is really coming out of, July, or give or take last year. We put out an RFP, a request for proposals, to receive proposals for delivery of near-term housing. I think Councilor Bacino described that, I think, accurately at the time. It was a really good experiment. And really both you all as well as the ad hoc committee really arrived at, we need to be, air quotes, open for business anytime someone's ready with a proposal that could deliver affordable and workforce units. So that's really where this is coming from. And we're giving you a lot of program elements, and we can sort of dive into wherever you all think is the best way to spend your time tonight, knowing we will obviously come back with more details. You'll see a whole lot of sort of program elements. Really, I think there are 3 things that would be great to hear from you all tonight on. Sort of this notion of what does our investment portfolio look like? Targeting deeper affordability, workforce units, sort of everything in between. Just hearing a little bit about that would be helpful. We are essentially suggesting kind of a new expense related to fund administration. So we kind of want to hear your take on that. And we're describing roles that would be related to this program, both for city council staff, this sort of third-party advisor, city council housing subcommittee, a new version of the ad hoc committee, a board or commission. So just if those roles are making sense, or if you want to sort of course correct on that. To date, your investments have been what we would call late stage investments. We heard very clearly in the interview process that early stage investments really can deliver impact, but we can understand that there may be some discomfort with that because that sort of ups your risk profile a little bit. I sort of mentioned the sort of a new standing board or commission. We'd like to hear your feedback on that. This came up in the earlier conversation, this notion of what would a minimum fund balance look like, general fund stewardship. So that's important to talk about. We've had a few conversations over the last year or so about project location eligibility. There is nothing within the ballot language that restricts the expenditure of STR tax dollars just to the city of Steamboat Springs. That's obviously where the tax is collected, but it's an open question as to where project locations would be if we're investing in, let's call it vertical development. You'll hear a little bit from us on a couple of slides. All these programs are kind of works in progress. This is very much a building the airplane in flight. We are actively cultivating what we would call a pipeline of investments, even sort of concurrent with program guideline development. If that's not something that you all are comfortable with and you want us to pause on that until you get to like a full understanding of program development, we can certainly do that. And then we will submit, really kind of a handful of next steps very specifically for council that are really kind of things you might do over the next, let's call it quarter to 4 or 5 months. So making sure you're good on those. So this is the part where I'll probably fly through it just to try to just give you a flavor. I think you generally are pretty steeped in this conversation. Obviously, a lot of this is really kind of coming out of the housing strategy adopted by council last year. It makes it very clear that there is a role for the city to be effective stewards, particularly of the STR tax fund as a primary vehicle to help deliver affordable units in our community. You all talked a little bit about this, but just sort of in the previous conversation, but just like order of magnitude, wanted to put this together in terms of current STR tax fund balance. The main thing that is the note at the bottom, this actually is showing some end of year balance figures that are actually assuming payments that will happen in 2026, but that felt like a little bit of, if you looked at this early next year when those payments came out. So it made sense to sort of show them happening in 2025, just to kind of give you, again, order of magnitude, $15 million a year coming in, currently sitting on a balance by end of year, let's call it 25 million. Also, this is really just trying to make it very clear, like there has been allocation of STR tax funds that we have been doing really since the 2020-24 timeframe. The one thing that's not on this slide that I just like to remind people of is like general time frame. STR tax approved by voters in November of 2022, the 75-25 split for Brown Ranch, November of 2023, Brown Ranch election, March of 2024. So that's really why there was collections that were happening, and really you all as council, kind of arrived at, come April, May of 2024, we had a relatively healthy fund balance and we needed to start deploying the funds, right? So that's really where a lot of these allocations began. We had allocations that I would say predated the request for proposals or predated the formation of the ad hoc housing advisory committee who assist with evaluation. We've had kind of a different process since that RFP has been out. Essentially, it feels like we're suggesting by this conversation, there isn't a process right now. There's a process. We follow a process. Every single time something walks in the door, we treat it the exact same every single time. It's generally guided by that request for proposals in absence of the direction that you all would have coming from tonight's conversation and future conversations. So to just kind of give you a sense of what that looks like. Application walks in the door. It's first come, first serve. If we feel like it's ready to go to the housing subcommittee of city council, we take that application to them. And they are essentially answering the question, is this ready for evaluation? Because it takes a lot of staff time. It takes 2 meetings of the ad hoc housing committee. So we want to be sure that it feels like on its face, it is generally a proposal that's worth considering. And then the ad hoc committee kind of has 2 steps. They have what I call the open the bid meeting, where they review the proposal and say, it'd be great to have these 12 or 15 additional pieces of information they requested of the applicant. And then they have a meeting where they essentially do their evaluation. And that typically includes a presentation from the applicant. At that point, we end up with presumably, let's call it a recommendation, a preliminary award, with some beginnings of like what the terms would look like of an award. And that's obviously proposed by the applicant, but it gets talked about a little bit more in that evaluation meeting. And we just generally have sort of a quick, again, gut check meeting with the housing subcommittee on those terms. And then they're sort of fully fleshed out and developed, and they come back to you all as a grant agreement, that sort of thing. So that's generally, and obviously budget appropriations. That's generally what happens now. And the process we're suggesting isn't all that different than that. It's just formalizing, brings in more rigorous underwriting, that sort of thing. there are a lot of assumptions baked into like what we're proposing tonight. It just felt important to like share those, that you understood those. Obviously, the STR tax fund and that revenue source has an origin story that's related to supporting Brown Ranch. But the reality is like, and on the scale of which the fund is generating revenue, there really aren't a ton of investments at Brown Ranch right now. We are really thinking about a different set of investment portfolios at this point in time. And this project program will require expansion of capacity. That could be full-time employees, that could be contracted help, that sort of thing. This was an interesting program to think about because we are thinking that we may want to scale it and sunset it relatively quickly. There's a version of this where Brown Ranch comes back online. It's annexed into the city. There's a known need to deliver resources to that very specific project. I'm not quite sure we would run this program the same in that scenario where there is what feels like an ongoing commitment to support Brown Ranch. So just that's an important part of this. Sort of to the previous bullet, if we thought we were going to be doing this for 20 years, we would say hire staff, grow capacity, grow our expertise. That's not really what we're suggesting. We think there's opportunities to essentially convert the existing market of pipeline of market rate units to affordable units. That's an interesting consideration given the time frame that we're operating within. We think the housing strategy suggests, and we think there are an ecosystem of partners that can deliver affordability, and that we need to meet demand sort of across the spectrum. The community expects transparency. We must deliver transparency throughout this. The fund can drive desired outcomes versus just simply reacting to the market or what walks in the door. And sort of related to the previous one, benefit and risk need to be pretty detailed and understood. And to the degree we can standardize the information so that everyone can see the sort of particulars of each investment and understand them, that's an important consideration as well. So again, I wouldn't worry too much about this other than the sort of a few things that I mentioned. We are allocating funds right now. By that, I mean, we are considering, we're evaluating proposals, that sort of thing. We are continuously having conversation with folks that could receive, let's call them awards out of the fund. We've had 2 or 3 conversations this week. I mean, it happened, it's continuous. And this is really just sort of pointing to, you're going to see a program that has multiple elements. Some of them may be closer to launch than others, and we're going to work at the pace that you all are comfortable having something that's ready to go, appropriated. We can actually begin sort of delivering on the programmatic details. So we will come back to you as many times as we need to for each of the individual components that are being described this evening. Quick takeaways, and I will admit, like throughout Gates and I had this conversation of like, some of these things are redundant and we say them like 3 times. And that's because we heard them 3 times. And it felt like if we took them out, like you wouldn't understand sort of how often we heard this sentiment from whoever we talked to, whether it be interviews with the town of Avon or whether it was sort of local experts. We would hear pretty consistent feedback. So we wanted to make sure and reflect that multiple times. Important to sort of be goal-driven, be flexible, adapt, refine. Refining a program doesn't mean a program failed. It simply means you know there are ways to make it better. There is value and essentially being first money in rather than last money in, but there's more risk associated with that. It is really important that council operate at a strategic altitude that allows staff to effectively and as routinely administer the program as possible. Understanding any appropriation comes through council, obviously, but there are other program administration details that largely should be executed by staff. And again, this is what we heard from our peer communities in Colorado. I mentioned this already. We heard sort of loud and clear in our interviews, like we actually have a pretty healthy sized fund that probably would benefit from some expertise in terms of managing that fund. Some of these grants or loans require servicing over the life of the loan, and we do not necessarily have the financial expertise within the city of Steamboat Springs to really do those types of financial services over the lifetime of an award. Revolve and leverage the money as quickly as you can. That really this is as much a communications issue as anything else. It's very important for the development community to understand your programs, the community to understand your programs, both to understand the impact that you're having in your programs, all those sorts of things. and, don't reinvent the wheel. We think there are promising practices in Colorado that we could simply replicate and calibrate to our community. And one of the reasons that we have had we think there's a lot of value in the sort of parallel track that we're having in terms of what we call cultivating a pipeline of awards is it's clear there's a market out there for each of the products that we're talking about, a local market that if it designed right would take advantage of these programs and deliver affordability in the community. So as I mentioned, we talked to the ad hoc committee about this 3 weeks or so ago. Generally, they had support kind of across the program elements. They have been very clear since their very first meeting, the degree to which we can standardize information in the evaluation process, the better. As much as you can do to sort of front load and create structure in this process, the better. We're talking about developers here who predictability and understanding process is really important to them. They really have enjoyed the experience of meeting each applicant. They think unless it's a really small request, meeting that development partner face to face, they feel like is really important in our process. I'm going to go well past that bell. Apologies. Some other sort of strategic considerations that they were just like, let's punt this to council. They think there's a need for minimum fund balance. How we set that is sort of really would be up to you all. Could be tied to like a rolling percentage of collections. So the minimum fund balance should be 2% of the annual collection averaged over 3 years. I'm not making those numbers up, but there makes some sense to also hold back some contingency for active awards. Similarly, geographic eligibility, they think is a council decision. I think they're obviously right on that. There's a case to be made that it should be open to project locations in Routt County because that's the base sort of workforce restriction is do you do work for an employer based in Routt County? But at minimum, there probably should be some priority for project locations within the city of Steamboat Springs or within their urban growth boundary. And even though we heard from sort of external interviews, sort of this notion of that early commitments are really important, they actually sort of were a little nervous about that. Sort of this idea of like, would there be a list of favored development partners who are sort of first in line for funding commitments with sort of two exceptions. Anything that's sort of direct land banking by the city or partnerships with the housing authority, those are maybe a little bit different than, again, a favored set of development partners to use the term. We're not proposing any goals tonight, but like this is actually something we're suggesting for a future conversation. But like obviously we need to be thinking about, you need to be thinking about what problem are we trying to solve, what tools are we using and why, understanding what the risk and benefit framework is. Again, these are not like what we're proposing, but they're just sort of recommendations that kind of came out of our discovery process. Again, be thinking about delivering affordability sort of across the income spectrum. There is an opportunity to both balance preservation and converting units to what you could think of as traditional ground up development, balance speed and simplicity with opportunities to leverage impact. There are things that are going to walk in the door that maybe you didn't conceive of. You need to be able to sort of do both of those. Have your portfolio of offerings pretty slim and just get really good at deploying funds to those. Acknowledge the reality that there are no perfect deals, particularly when viewed from either side of the table. Like both sides of a partnership are probably making some concessions. And so just accept that. And it's really important to sort of do rigorous underwriting, particularly for your riskier investments. So that's me. I'm going to take a break. We're going to give Gates, 10, 12 slides, and then I'll wrap us up and get us into discussion.
Thanks. Already into overtime. I'll be as quick as I can. So in terms of which programs we actually use to allocate the funds, there's two groups. The two that are outlined in red here, we're saying are outside of the rolling solicitation process, and it's purchase of deed restrictions, and that's because it's a defined program and a very simple process that's just repetitive. And then city land banking is so early in the process, it's impossible to underwrite to a project because we don't know what the project is yet. So looking at these other four, these would be inside the rolling solicitation, buy down of planned units, partnerships, which is, from the ground up with trusted partners like YVHA and others in the community, preserving existing affordable units, and then developing new affordable units. In terms of how the investments actually get made, these are the investment types that we're looking at. And so it's equity investments where the city would actually purchase equity in a project. Land donation or leases, that's the back end of a land banking play. Debt financing is pretty straightforward. Shared appreciation mortgages are where the city would participate in the appreciation of a property. Grants and subsidies, and then credit enhancements are very early stage commitments that improves the credit profile of a project so that that applicant or that developer can go and leverage this commitment with other funds. A quick overview of how the draft process looks. It starts with a letter of interest or a letter of intent from an applicant. And this has just basic overview information. What's the project? What's the financial request? What's the affordability impact? Who's the developer? Just basics. And that goes to an initial staff review. We look and make sure that they're eligible, that they're not nefarious actors, that the proposal aligns with the program goals. We meet with the applicant, and either the LOI is acceptable or not. And if it's not, we're proposing that we could work with the applicant, staff could work with the applicant collaboratively, involve the housing subcommittee, and see if we could alter that application to make it more investable. So we get to an acceptable LOI, and that leads to an invitation to submit a full application, which is similar, but just with much more detail and full financials. And then that application goes through 3 parallel reviews. The first is by staff, and that's again just looking for eligibility, completeness, the community impact, and the quality of the project. And then we have a third party, what we're proposing, a third party financial services partner that would do the heavy underwriting lift, do the pro forma review, risk assessment, and develop a credit memo for the project. And then the housing subcommittee would look for policy alignment and community benefit. So all 3 of those evaluations come together into a standardized summary that goes to the new housing committee together with the original application. And these 4 criteria are what the ad hoc committee has supported in the past. This is maybe what the future analysis will look like, but we'll definitely have an opportunity for them to kind of refine that as we go. And then finally, we take the standardized review together with the recommendation from the committee and deliver that to City Council so that you get a standardized packet each time there's a decision to be made. And it also comes with additional context of what is the state of the portfolio, what's been funded in the past, how are we meeting your program targets. And then we'll also have the housing dashboard that we can attach to give you the context of the broader housing market. And then at the bottom, this is just a note that the city will start producing annual housing needs assessments. And so that will give us a regular check-in on how we're doing. And as that investment portfolio grows and the housing dashboard gets developed, we can continually refine the program. And this is just a quick look at the organizational structure. I won't spend too much time here, but you can see staff is in the middle with a fairly heavy lift, administering the program, reviewing applications. Cultivating the pipeline of projects takes a fair amount of effort. And then communications, we think, is critical. Staff would oversee the financial services partner, just like any other contractor. The housing committee would be similar to URAC, where it would be a recommending body. And then City Council's main role, again, would be to approve the program and policy, define what the funding targets are, and then make the final funding decisions.
So this is where it gets really redundant, so I'll go really fast. Program flexibility. We need experienced partners. There are just simply things that need to be part of this program that we do not offer currently, probably would never be able to offer as a local government. There is a way to get to launch of these things relatively quickly if we borrow and calibrate, keep the structure as simple as possible, both on the applicant end as well as what you as council sees as decision makers when you get to the actual point of making a decision. We talked about sort of just as much that can be land on staff and that those other roles that you saw to administer, that is really important. Be willing to adjust and adapt. That this is a program that is working from the assumption that at some point in time, Brown Ranch will be online. Again, and that is such a sea change. It would change how we think about what the program is trying to accomplish, or whether it makes sense to pursue this program in the same way. Gates sort of described this, but the communication strategy is really important, in part because you have two things that are working against traditional community sentiment. The underlying assumption here is that to address our housing issue, we have to produce housing. So you essentially are suggesting that we have to grow as a community, and to be able to do that, we have to have a multitude of development partners help us do that. Those are things that the community tends to be openly skeptical about. That is not just a Steamboat Springs, that is all places. Growth and like, are we simply lining the pockets of developers? So there's a lot of sort of communication that has to go into that so that people understand the rigor of the analysis and the impact on the back end. And then as mentioned, we really think there is sort of a way to be first money in here. But there are some risk that comes with that, including what I think is probably the most important one is the third bullet. Like, these just may be slow to materialize. Like, if you tie up, let's call it $5 million, and it takes 4 years for a project to come out of the ground, I mean, that you have essentially obviously encumbered those funds in some ways, and you aren't making awards to other projects. So just there are risks there. We sort of mentioned this sort of notion of like, they're probably a relatively limited set of partners that make sense for early investments, but it's also really important to prioritize revolving investments. We want this money to work as long as it can for to the earlier conversation about tax sunsets in 20 years, but that doesn't mean the fund balance has to be completely depleted. Obviously, there are ways for the money to come back into the fund. And then as mentioned, Gates and I probably have, 20 tactical steps, but these feel like the steps that really we would be proposing for council over the next, let's call it 3-4 months. We currently have a housing subcommittee with 1 member. Typically there are 2 members. So obviously you all will be talking about sort of committee appointments at your retreat. Would love for you all to do that and get back to us. Whether you want to hear this or not, there's actually a backlog of conversations with the housing subcommittee. So there's quite a bit of work that needs to happen with that group just based on sort of what's happening today. Again, if you're comfortable sort of moving forward with this purchase of deed restrictions program, we would aim to get you program guidelines relatively quickly. We are actively having conversations with community partners about this program. It feels like there is interest. We would like to, if you all are supportive, we would come back with program guidelines and initial appropriation so that we can actually start making those types of commitments. Same thing on the financial services partner. If you see value in that, we would want to start the sort of procurement and contracting process on that. We do want to come back, obviously, and have a very specific sort of goals discussion. I think we'll get some of that tonight, but I think we also need to reflect what we would hear tonight in something that you can react to. That's a little bit more goal oriented. And then would love to hear, particularly if supported, sort of this notion of standing up a new board or commission with a very specific housing related function. It would not, committee description forthcoming. Presumably that group would do things other than the role that is laid out in this presentation. They may be the group that is the first group to evaluate how are we doing on IZ and linkage 3 years down the road. I mean, they would have a charge presumably bigger than just the role that's laid out here. And then obviously if anything comes up in tonight's conversation. So with that, we've got 2 slides of questions that you all can work through. We can have open-ended conversation, whatever is most helpful for dialogue and direction.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Gates. Let's just start out with any general questions for Brad or Gates in terms of the information that was presented. Who'd like to start?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so I heard a lot about developers with this process. What about our individual business owner, someone who has a short-term rental who wants to convert it to a long-term? Do they fall into this?
Well, I'll give you one example, 100%. I mean, the idea of a purchase of deed restriction is that an individual homeowner can essentially walk in the door and say, I would like to layer a deed restriction on my unit. How does the city value that? And we monetize the value of that, and those proceeds obviously go to the individual property owner.
But it has to be a deed restriction.
Similarly, there is a way that this could support kind of the beginnings of like an 80 secondary dwelling unit incentive program. That would essentially be more individual homeowner oriented. So there are ways for multiple types of folks to sort of intersect with this.
Okay. And Gates, on your slide number 22, the rolling solicitation process, it had the Housing Board Commission review. There it is. Those four, what are those 4 areas? Those are the priority areas for them? Is that?
Yeah, it's the main concerns that that was in the RFP, right? That were in the RFP and that they've been using as their framework to evaluate all the applications that have been coming in to date. So again, it gives us a starting point. We asked the ad hoc committee about this and they sounded fairly comfortable that this is where they'd want to begin. But again, we're saying there should be opportunities to refine those as we go.
Okay, and the number 2, the priority housing outcomes is just what, like quantitative? Are we meeting a certain?
That's part of what we're hoping to get from council tonight.
Okay, okay.
The easy example, Councilor Dixon, is deeply affordable, 60% AMI and below, all the way through workforce restriction, no income restriction. I mean, all of these things essentially create units with some level of restriction on it. It's really kind of where does that portfolio need to sit sort of in aggregate, and are there priorities?
Got it.
Which again, there is no expectation that you're throwing out a number tonight, but like your conversation will reveal a lot as in terms of where your priorities are in terms of those types of investments.
Got it. Thanks.
It seems like in this ad hoc, we're trying to develop a kind of a program that people can have expectations of instead of not knowing what the deal is. When it looks at the level to implement this, I'm more apt to do hire a specific person that we need to budget for using STR funds, preferably specifically for this position, as opposed to hiring a full-time equivalent, full-time employee that would be in perpetuity. You know, what would happen in 8 years when we're done? We would just, your job's over. It is a consultant in that sense. So that's one of my questions. Is that possible? And we should have a discussion of, you know, we know that staff capacity needs to be focused on what's currently being developed, but this is an important process. And could we find someone to do that without all the benefits that come with a full-time employee? And then, because when you go in here, I mean, that would be one question. So maybe you should answer that. I guess that would be good. And then as we move into anything that happens with the Brown Ranch, we know that this is a knee-jerk reaction, this ad hoc committee, to having a trove of money and not having the Brown Ranch pass the annexation. So we wanted to be able to start doing something to bring near-term housing. And I'm curious to see where we would go further in, you know, defining what would be a limit to where we would stop this ad hoc committee related to a hired person and everything else.
I'm going to start and then Brad can jump in. So there's a couple different layers to the capacity that we think the city needs to administer this. The third-party financial services partner we think is critical and to provide the underwriting. But then even if we sunset the fund after 5 years, there's going to be this big portfolio of investments that have been made. And servicing of that will continue into the future over the lifetime of those assets.
True.
For a very low cost, but we need someone there also doing compliance and making sure that people are following the deed restrictions that have been placed on the properties. And there's just, you know, what if somebody wants to refinance or if there's a funky sale or we need someone with the expertise to come in and be able to shepherd some of these investments through. So that's why we think it's better to get a sophisticated partner than to have a staff or, a contractor like myself. As to whether city capacity to help administer this should be an FTE or a contractor, I think.
We're not recommending something as it relates to that, essentially like, in-house FTE. I mean, we're not making a specific recommendation other than like there's a huge role here in essentially administering the program. Just the sort of cultivation of managing a fund that has $15 million of revenue each year, and let's just presume you want $15 million of expenditures every year. That's a big fund. Like no matter what sort of topic or program area you're thinking about, whether if you just think about the FTE sort of spread across legal supports this. We're suggesting communications would support this. There's clearly like very real sort of mainline program support. So it will take a fair amount of capacity throughout the city or via contractors to continue to sort of to do this program in the way that it probably should be done to, again, have technical rigor, communicate to the public impact, make sure all of the deals are fully profiled from a risk and benefit perspective. There's a lot of work that goes into essentially bringing to council an actionable set of investments. So I know that's a non-answer other than like,
No,
it takes a lot to get there.
Can you explain to me what's the difference between what we're proposing tonight and Yuba Valley Housing Authority? It seems to me like we're kind of creating another one, but just within the city.
Councilor Barnes, the main thing that I would say is that this is really this is enabling the development of affordable and workforce housing. It doesn't commit the city to managing an asset, owning an asset. It just simply allows, frankly, any development partner just to sort of narrow that to access funds that would allow them to develop affordable housing. And it would be up to that sort of development partner to own, manage the asset, that sort of thing. Any project that walks in the doors these days that's looking to develop workforce or affordable housing likely has a financing gap. It just cost to construct, all cost of land, all of those things essentially create problems as it relates to developing affordable housing. So this is really kind of the city's way to bring investments or subsidy to the table so that we see more affordable and workforce units come out of the ground.
But you mentioned accountability in the context of $15 million a year in assets. We're going to be, whose responsibility of overseeing that the investment that we use with this STR funds is going to be seeked after, or we're going to oversee it. If you say the developer's going to build it, the developer's going to manage it, developer's going to do all this other stuff with it, right? At what point do we sit there and, again, we're going to have some level of staff support that's going to constantly, with this investment, looking at where we spent these $15 million in short-term rental tax. So in 5 years from now, someone's going to write me an email saying, do you know what's going on with so-and-so, and they're not doing this, and they've been renting it to someone else, and we're like, gosh, we don't have any accountability or checks and balances in place. So as we're looking at this program, yes, you can sit there and say, it's the developer side, we're going to help them fund it, we're going to make it work. But truly what you were saying, and what I'm reading from what you're saying, is that there is going to be a lot of staff ongoing in perpetuity at some point that's going to require the accountability of where all these funds were sent.
Well, we're talking specifically about contracting compliance. So not having that be
And once again, not staff employee, but a contract compliance. I love the idea.
And that's one example of like standardized sort of approaches and information. Every project may have investment may have a relatively standard monitoring and compliance plan. Perfect. Right? That is just, we understand what that contractor's role is to monitor the project over the lifetime of the project.
Bake it in. Thank you.
Back to Counselor Barnes' question, how is there overlap between this role and the housing authority?
Only in the sense that this is a source of capital, right? And that the housing authority is, and any other developer is always looking for sources to build, whether it be market rate housing or affordable housing. This is now a local funding source that's available to anyone that is increasing the supply of affordable and attainable housing in the city of Steamboat Springs or in Routt County.
So we should think of the housing authority as a developer.
Yep. And part, yeah.
Not as an administrator.
They could be another applicant to the program, just like anybody else.
Got it.
What, I guess,
As just quickly, as could the city. I mean, that's very specifically why that ad hoc committee is sort of set up in the way that like essentially everything is reviewed by an independent third party. If the city were building employee housing that we very specifically wanted to use STR tax funds to deliver, the expectation is that that would also be reviewed by an independent third party.
Isn't that what the housing authority does, though? I'm just saying, when we bring the housing authority back into the city and have them manage this plan, it seems very redundant to me to have all that staff that does all these things already. We have this pool of money and we're trying to then create almost the same thing again. And I understand, and if it comes down to something simple, as I brought up today, is like we've lost faith in the housing authority to manage or use this STR money. Maybe the answer lies in restructuring the housing authority to meld with what you guys are talking about doing. It just seems like, it seems very redundant to me on face value. I know you guys are probably exploring different avenues and different nuances, but it seems like they have the process is already in place, or am I completely off base?
I'm not sure that I'm struggling with this as well, right? I mean, in the sense of kind of the list of things that you went down. I mean, it does sound like there's redundancy, and I would want to make sure that we're not being redundant, right? I mean, in the sense of that the action should be complementary.
I don't see this as being redundant. Right now, we don't have developers going to the housing authority to ask for funds to build a project that they will include affordable units. The Gorman property behind Natural Grocers, perfect example of our partnership.
But what they outlined is broader than that.
It's all based on funding, though.
But it's ongoing, right? I mean,
Yeah, because we've got a ton of short-term rental dollars. And unless we ask the housing authority to expand their scope of work and give them the funds, but I see that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to manage and monitor these funds. And so what I see what is being presented is a way that we're really formalizing what we have already been doing.
But I think
That's how I see
I
it.
think what we're all trying to figure out is that gap between we have the funds and the housing authority has the expertise. And what is that gap? Like, how do we bridge that gap? I think that's what we're all trying to figure out here.
And we just allocated 10 million out of the STR fund to the housing authority, so it's. Right, if I'm way off, just, I mean, I want to know the nuances of the differences between what we're talking about with the city managing this. You mentioned risk a couple, maybe even 3 times in your slide presentation. Early in presents more risk. Is that something the city should be getting involved in on that side of things? You mentioned a couple of times the ad hoc generally agrees and they're generally comfortable. That doesn't sound generally supportive. I'm just saying those are your words in the presentation. So just wondering, is there, some sort of misalignment in there, or do they support the program? I mean, I totally get where we're coming from, right? We have this pool of money, we're just not allocating, we're not doing this stuff. I just want to make sure we're not getting top heavy. Are we, and also, is this program going to be paid for out of the STR funds? So
To be determined, but the expectation of, let's say, that financial services partner is that that would come out of the SDR tax fund.
Yeah.
And in your conversations, Gates, with, because it sounds like your interviews were with the other communities, right? And certainly we're not the first community to have a source of funding, right? We talked earlier about the real estate transfer fee. In looking at the other communities, do any of them have standing boards like this? I mean, it seems to me like there's a variety of different ways, right? In terms of some have maybe have housing authorities, some have staff internally. What can we learn from those communities, or what did you learn from those? I know you came up with some of the key assumptions, but I'm thinking about it more not in terms of lessons learned, but from a structure process perspective. Because I don't know that that any of the communities have a board, a housing board.
So I'll say,
Other than Eagle, right? But that's the county commissioners.
that's right. This opportunity, this fund is unlike anything that any of the other communities have. I mean, this, especially if you look per capita, this is some of the best funding for affordable housing in the country. People were laughing when they heard about how much money is available to support affordable housing up here, and just very excited. And everybody wishes that they were in the kind of position that we are. A lot of other communities find themselves with $5 or $10 million from a state program that they get to administer. And so they're very tight with it, and they try and revolve 100% of it. And it's, necessarily a very small program, depending on the funding resource that they have. That kind of determines the scale of the organization that they use to run it. Closest is probably in the Vail Valley. And those programs are run by people at the city, at the town. And that's where we heard some of this advice about, see if you can keep as much of this administrative as possible so that you can move with the closing process on some of these deals. So that it kind of is across the board. But again, it's a very unique situation that Steamboat finds itself in with this funding source.
So even different than the Aspen with the real estate transfer fee? Or I think Winter Park has a real estate transfer fee. I mean, I guess that's where I'm looking at. I think I was just looking, I thought we had that in the document somewhere in terms of they have pretty significant amounts of money coming in too.
They do. I mean, again, everything is kind of specific. Aspen seemed more project specific. I mean, they were raising like significant amounts of money to do specific projects. Yeah, it's kind of across the board. I think, to Brad's point, a new housing committee could have duties beyond just the STR fund. But I also want to address some of the earlier questions that, I mean, there is a current process where the city, through the ad hoc committee, is allocating funds. And another assumption that maybe we didn't put on the board here was that city council wants to move forward with the city administering this fund. And so that's been the direction that we've been kind of going on. That's why I got hired, was to help put this together and formalize it. It's not that we have any aversion to talking further with the housing authority. They're here tonight. We can, hear from them if you want. And we did speak with them during part of this process, and we definitely recognize that they have the capacity. And I think that, to some extent they would be interested in participating, but it's really a question back to you.
Back to that one community, you said they choose a process. Or a project, how do they choose that project?
So that's another question. So far, the assumption that we have is that this is a first come, first served basis, that you might articulate some fund targets where you say, for instance, we want to balance investments across the affordability spectrum.
I'm talking about us. I'm talking about, you had mentioned whoever it was, Vail or Winter Park. You said like they have Aspen, they have like a large project. They use real estate transfer funds to pay for it. And you said they save up for a project and then they decide to do that. So my question was like,
I'm not sure exactly, like in that case in Aspen, I don't know exactly how they prioritize their investments there, but for the deed restriction program in the Vail Valley, they defined some goals where if they have a specific pot of money, they said, okay, when real estate trades, so when someone new is coming in to purchase housing, that's a higher priority than if some existing owner wants to put a deed restriction on their property. So what they'll say is, okay, we're going to take as many of those ownership transfer deed restriction opportunities as possible until like October. And if there's any funding left in the account, then we'll go to people who want to put a restriction on their existing unit. And
That's
so,
done by staff.
yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be Dan, I don't know if you like how I did Dan, back to the housing authority questions, and this is no shade to the housing authority at all. It's really around, again, I go back to fiduciary responsibility, but wouldn't that be a conflict of interest for us to say the housing authority can allocate short-term rental funds and they're evaluating applications coming in? Oh, and some of the applications are theirs. I'm not saying anything would be nefarious, but I just worry about conflict of interest as well.
I absolutely agree with you. And I'm not, I guess my question is more, I feel like there's some overlap, right?
Okay, thanks.
Not,
You're
it's
not
not,
saying give the whole.
no.
Okay.
I'm not, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Never mind, Dan. I'm good.
I'm here for you, Amy.
I think one thing that we have to remember is that we've often talked that in order to solve this affordable housing, we need as many players in the game as possible, right? The Housing Authority is one of the players. They are the primary developer of affordable housing. The way their authority is set up, it gives them access to sources of funds that the private sector is not, that they cannot get. This is a source of funding that the private sector can get. And the STR fund is essentially a fund to incentivize the private sector to come and build affordable housing. So I think we need to think of it as incentivizing a whole nother set of players besides the Housing Authority to build affordable housing. And we need to be able to, get this money out the door, and we need a system to do it methodically and systematically. And that's essentially what they've come up with. So that's a very different process and system that the Housing Authority follows and looks at, and they have a very different charge.
I mean, just to give an example, I alluded to, Gates and I have had 3 conversations this week for folks that are sort of interested in this program. Those are all essentially market rate developers that understand the affordability need in this community, and with the right subsidy and the right approach would become mission-driven developers. They would figure out a way to sort of adjust their development program to deliver affordable units. And so that's the big piece here and that's where the sort of simplicity of the program comes in. I will say a lot of times the conversations we've been having recently is we're coming to council tonight, and there is the traditional path of evaluating a development proposal where we're evaluating your pro forma, we're understanding the overall sort of financial feasibility of the project, what the housing outcomes look like. So that's something that a developer of any stripe would want to do probably earlier in their process. But if you all were supportive of a purchase of deed restriction program, we can essentially say to that same development partner, build your market rate project exactly how you think you want to build it. But if you see after the fact some value in actually bringing, let's call them workforce restrictions into your project, we can do it after you essentially have your CO and are leasing up your project. So as long as like those sort of entry points are relatively well understood and the structure is relatively simple, we feel like there are lots of, let's call them takers out there, but they're not just taking money, they're delivering the benefit that you all would establish in terms of what you'd want to see out of those investments. I mean, your return of investment is the units that you get out of the investment.
And what's kind of like the backstop in your mind of keeping this from becoming a developer bailout program? Getting into a bad economy, getting into, not being able to lease up, market rate stuff. How do we prevent that from becoming a charge of these funds?
Rigorous underwriting of like the project within the context of this market. Big caveat, but also accepting we're talking about real estate here. It comes with risk. I mean, that we will, I mean, all of this is about de-risking to the extent you can possibly de-risk. But even like staging your delivery of funds such that the expectation is that your development partner sees those funds as late in the development process as possible, obviously de-risks that a little bit. Those are the types of things that would get sorted out in terms of the most standardized version of the process.
And I'd say that's why we're proposing the third-party financial services, to make sure that we have that rigorous underwriting and analysis, a skill set that we don't necessarily have. And given the risk and the amount of money we're talking about, we think that's really imperative.
I mean, just to give you examples that have come up in recent conversations is, I presume council is desirous of this. We have, concepts that are coming forward that are market rate product and workforce and affordable product. What their risks, what their assumptions are, about their market rate rents, we would probably struggle to say, oh yeah, that seems legitimate, or like you're like 20% over market. Like it would be hard to really think of this as a healthy and financial feasible project. That's where that underwriting comes in. So they would really understand day to day, week to week, month to month, how this market is evolving to really see if there's actually a there for something that walks in the door.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's a blend, right? I mean, in the sense of making sure that it's not a bailout, but also making sure that we're looking at it from the perspective of the renter and trying to keep it to that 30%, right?
Yeah, well, and that's another recommendation that we heard, is to even look lower than 30%. Some of these other communities are at 25, or in Aspen, even below 20%, because everything else is so expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and maybe, go ahead. No, I guess a question maybe for you, Tom, is kind of is a timing question, and it seems like there's a whole conversation out there about, as we talk about council goals, and when we talk about increasing, our stock of housing, we've got a number of different things at play. And so where does the focus need to be? Because when I think about this committee, right, I mean, we know, as I mentioned earlier, we've got Campbell, right? We've got Hilltop. There's like 3 or 4 different kind of potential city projects that, if we want to move forward with those, how much, does that potentially take a lot of the short-term rental monies? So ultimately, how much funding will be left? So kind of from a priority, and when we talk about deed restrictions, or we talk about long-term rental and trying to, enable giving the money to the individual so that they can buy down their long-term rental, I think we need to put some parameters around how much money goes into each bucket. And is that, so where does that fit into this conversation?
That is one of the suggestions that we're having in terms of next steps, is that council needs to have let's call it a funding target conversation, just broad strokes. If you think of these as potential sort of investment buckets, we would not advise to be hard and fast on that, but just to kind of give a sense of so that you can essentially make, let's call them line item commitments or early appropriations to understand that. So for instance, what we've learned about a purchase of deed restriction program is your first 3 years are probably going to be your most successful 3 years. And after that, you can slowly but surely probably bring that down a little bit, but there probably are opportunities that you can seize upon sooner rather than later. So, those are the types of things that you all would essentially provide direction to us on.
And then how do you kind of picture the monitoring of all those deed restrictions? Because it seems to be coming up in all the conversations. And then one last piece is, since we're on it tonight, how does linkage fit in with what you guys are proposing in your development process?
So this is just to go to the last question first. This is clearly simply about the sort of STR tax revenue and that opportunity. I think if you were to end up in a place where you go with a fee-based approach from the previous conversation, we would be coming to council likely with the conversation of are we blending these funds and we're actually just thinking about them in the same way? Or are we going to sort of partition them in some way and maybe set linkage for like some very specific purpose, maybe, restrict it or prioritize it in a way that's sort of different.
I meant it more from the development side where, the developer's looking at it like, well, you're giving me this, but taking this.
Oh, I got you.
Maybe that's a question for another time.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that the linkage, the residential linkage would not apply to an affordable project.
Even if it was just a component though.
Yeah.
I know we've kind of flowed into discussion. Are there, discussion questions. Maybe just to target back, are there any other questions on that presentation?
No.
I think the only clarification I wanted was back to your comment on the assumptions. And I don't know if this is a question or when we talk about it on assumptions, but just clarity on what we mean by mature and sunset in a short period of time. I know you touched on that, but I'm not sure I followed it.
Yeah. So, this is a real life example from this community. The reason that we are having this conversation today, rather than let's call it 2.5 years ago, is that there was a moment in time where the revenues generated from this tax were committed to Brown Ranch. So there was no reason to sort of come forward with a program that was going to spend $15 million a year in kind of an open process, because it was not going to be that. So we may arrive at a place a couple of years now where the community is having that conversation again. And so that's kind of comes back to sort of this notion of, if we can hire expertise from contracted expertise rather than in-house expertise, that's essentially what we're suggesting, because we just may be in a situation where we aren't allocating $15 million a year through kind of these programmatic elements. It's actually directed to a specific project. That's the basics there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions before we open it up for public comment? Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, come on down, state your name. You have 3 minutes. And if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, would you please raise your hand? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Julia Goldman, and I'm a resident of Routt County, and I'm also the owner of Colorado Bagel Company, which I have 2 locations now, and it has been in Steamboat for 33 years. I'm here tonight because our workforce housing crisis is no longer a future problem. It is a right now problem. Every day, small local businesses struggle to hire and retain employees because they cannot afford to live here. Schools, restaurants, clinics, trades, and service businesses are all feeling it. And while long-term solutions like Brown Ranch are essential, they are still years away. The truth is simple. We cannot wait years for housing to be built while our workforce disappears today. That's why I'm proposing that Steamboat Springs adopt 2 successful programs already in use in Winter Park, Colorado. Programs that provide immediate, effective relief using a funding source we already have, the short-term rental tax. First, the Winter Park Housing Assistance Fund provides direct financial assistance to local workers who rent or own in town. Funds help with monthly rent or mortgage support, security deposits, or emergency housing assistance to prevent displacement. Winter Park recognized something we're experiencing now. Building housing takes years, but helping people stay housed can begin immediately. The second program is a short-term fix program. This program helps convert existing homes and condos used as short-term rentals into long-term workforce housing. It does this by offering incentives to property owners who commit to long-term leases, connecting owners with vetted local employees as tenants, and providing guarantees that reduce landlord risk. Again, this solution works now without waiting for land acquisition, permitting, or construction. Winter Park funds both programs using revenue from the short-term rental tax, the same mechanism we already use in Steamboat. This is a fair and sustainable funding source. Visitors help support the workforce that serves them. The tourism economy directly contributes to community stability. And most importantly, this approach requires no new taxes on locals or businesses, just a smarter use of existing revenue. Building workforce housing is essential, but it is not fast enough to solve today's crisis. Every month we wait. More workers leave town, businesses reduce hours or close days, as I did today. Service levels decline for both residents and visitors. So I'm asking the city to study and model the Winter Park Housing Assistance Fund, launch a steamboat version, because if we don't try, we don't know, and dedicate a portion of our short-term rental tax revenue to fund both initiatives. We do not need to reinvent anything. These programs already exist, already work, and can be implemented quickly. Let's take action now using tools we already have to stabilize our workforce, strengthen our businesses, and protect the character of the town we all love. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thanks,
All right,
Julia.
thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment, either in the audience or online? All right, Jason, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Yeah, hi. I'm Jason Peasley. I'm the Executive Director of the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. I want to take just a quick moment to acknowledge that last public comment, because that was spot on to the situation that we're dealing with right now, is that we have an incredible opportunity in front of us with the resources that we have, but we can't get too caught up in forecasting large plans for the future. We have a need to deliver housing today, and also a need to deliver housing over the course of the next decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades. So I just want to thank the commenter for those comments. Secondly, I really appreciate the conversation that's been happening about sort of the role in which YVHA and the city can play in this. We basically exist in the same ecosystem and have essentially the exact same goals. What I'm hearing you guys talk about today are the exact same things that we talked about 9 years ago when we were on the precipice of having local funding. And in that period of time, we've learned a lot of lessons about what it takes to develop housing, what it takes to be the steward of that housing after it's developed. Some of those are lessons that we've learned by doing it the wrong way. Some of those are lessons that we've learned by, trial and error. Some of them are through working with incredibly great partners. And so I really appreciate the conversation, and I want to urge you all that as we continue these conversations, we are a partner with you and have a load of experience. When you put money into a project, you cannot just wash your hands of it. You cannot say, well, the developers got it, they'll take care of it. Once the city puts a dime into it, it's a city project. And the same thing was true for YVHA. And we took a bit of a hands-off approach to some of our property management. That did not work out well for our tenants, did not work out well for our properties. And we're working on kind of digging out of that hands-off approach and clawing back some control so that we can be more responsive to the community. And so I just want to like share that with you guys, in that we have gone through a lot of these lessons. We'd like to share that learning with you all and be your partner in executing these shared goals. And so I'm looking forward to the continued conversation. But I want you guys to know that we're here to support, and that we have a ton of lessons learned to share. So thank you all.
All right, thank you, Jason. So again, is there anyone else online that would like to make a public comment? If so, please raise your hand. I don't think we're not seeing any additional hands raised, so we'll close our public comment period and we'll bring it back to council, and let's go to those last couple of.
Can I just ask Dan real quick on Julia's point with number 1 with the Housing Assistance Fund? The way the ballot language is written, it only allows for the development of affordable and attainable housing, right? So a monthly rent support or emergency housing stabilization, we can't use the STR funds for that, correct?
You would have to figure out a way to characterize that as increasing the stock. And I think it's a bit of a stretch.
Didn't we have that discussion of using STRs for short-term to long-term discussion? That's in there as a strategic plan to
Yep.
use the money?
Short-term to long-term, I think the connection is you're taking something that is not affordable housing and you're turning it into affordable housing stock. And I would also say, I believe that short-term to long-term was specifically discussed in the run-up to the election. So I feel more comfortable about that one.
Well, how's that different than base camp? We just did with what we did with base camp. I mean, those are not, pardon me?
That's exactly what we did.
Yeah. In terms of the long term.
The long term?
No, subsidizing long-term rentals.
The basic camp was, we were basically buying down the rental price so that it would be affordable at lower AMIs.
So isn't that kind of what we're talking about?
This is the Housing Assistance Fund.
That's an operating subsidy to the developer. Obviously, the benefit accrues to the tenant, but it is not, think of it as a direct voucher or payment to a tenant. Or assistance with, security deposit for a tenant. That's not how that program is structured.
Well, okay, so let's not get hung up on Winter Park.
I would say, that is one of the things Brian didn't mention it. That's something I very specifically have asked him to think about in the mitigation work is the extent to which, that project is about sort of characterizing and understanding need, the extent to which we can, create a nexus between need that is met through things that aren't standard typical production. So that's he's going to look at that to see if there's a path forward with that. That obviously is something that the Dan will need to see as well. But given the sort of limitations of the ballot language, that is something that we're looking for in that project.
Can I understand that a little bit further? Because I don't. Because I agree completely with that public comment. And I have said this before, that while I support us working with developers and having units available in particular developments or the Anti-Housing Authority, we also have to find a way to allow our community members to choose where they want to live. I take issue with us saying, this is where you can live if you don't have the funds. And I don't understand why we can subsidize a base camp, but we cannot help subsidize short-term to long-term, for example. I don't understand why we can't do that.
It seems to me that conceptually, the ballot question was structured to address things from the supply side, increasing the supply of housing, instead of, increasing people's incomes and making them, more able to afford housing. And I think that conceptually is the difference between a housing stabilization fund in which you're giving cash to an individual and they can use it wherever they use it, because it's very hard to connect that to increasing supply.
But base camp did not increase supply. Those were already there. They couldn't rent them, so they came to us, and we now have secured a market rate for them for however many units, 10. So and maybe I just need
They
to.
weren't affordable and attainable units. They were market rate. And so we bought it down so that it's affordable.
Right.
and
So
attainable.
why
That's the
couldn't we
thing,
do
yeah.
that with a short-term rental that
But I
they're going
also
to convert?
Say conceptually, that program went through the supply side by addressing the units themselves instead of being a payment to the tenant who could then use the money wherever.
No, we would set it up where you just can't use the money wherever. It would be a program where it is just like where it's paying to the developer base camps, the money is being used to pay the person who owns that property. Like, I'm not saying it's just like willy-nilly, here's money and do whatever you want. It would be a program.
Hey, Councilor,
Why can't we
I
do
think-
that?
I think he's saying that the short-term to long-term conversion is eligible for short-term rental tax. He's saying that. What he's saying is a direct payment to a tenant for just their costs is not eligible.
There's two things on this piece of paper. One's a housing assistance fund and one is a short-term to long-term. So the second one, yes, we're already working on that. The first one, which is the housing assistance fund, help with monthly rent and mortgage, security deposit, and emergency housing stabilization.
Right. Yes, sorry, I'm not looking at what Julia put together, but whatever's in our guardrails, I think we should pursue.
So that's number 2, and we are pursuing that. My question was around number 1, just like, I mean, what she's describing is somebody's in a place and their rent is way more than 30% of their income. How can we help them so that they can stay here and work here? And I'm trying to understand, does our ballot language enable us to use funding like that?
When we're a little off topic, I mean, I think it's worth, I mean, it's everybody
It's just-
okay with,
Julia sat here for 2 hours.
I know,
so
I
I'd
know.
like to at
Yeah.
least just
Yeah.
address it.
So I increasing people's income or increasing people's, discretionary income or, money that they can use for housing doesn't increase the stock of housing, even though it does address one particular individual's housing problem.
yeah, I'm not sure I follow. I still don't agree with that because if you're making it more affordable, it's becoming an affordable unit.
Dan, could we pay their landlord to reduce their rent?
Well, that's what we've done with base camp.
Yeah, I mean, we could buy down the rent on a single unit if we chose,
That's what I'm asking.
but it's a subsidy to the landlord.
Yes, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care like how it all works out. It just has to fit within the confinements of ballot language. Yeah, I don't need to like say exactly how that's going to work, but I think it's something we need to explore.
Ballot language can change too. You could go back to the voters and say, hey, we would like to have a broader menu of things that we can use the SCR funds for. That is an option.
Brad, are you the person to ask if the majority of council agrees to explore number 1, whether that was, I guess, is that this, I don't know what topic it falls under.
Sure. I mean, probably off topic from tonight's conversation, but are you're talking about the commenter, Julie's comment?
Yeah, sorry, you don't have.
No, it's good. That is specifically noted in the housing strategy
That's
is
what I was gonna
something
say.
that the city
Right.
needs to continue to explore.
Okay.
What we have run into is that we have a revenue source that's pretty well understood that has some limitations in terms of being able to have a money follows the person approach versus a money follows the unit, increases supply approach. So I mean, that's where, again, the hope, we will explore it during the linkage inclusionary, particularly on the linkage side of things. Maybe that funding source has more flexibility to, again, go towards, stabilization, security deposit, emergency rental assistance, all those sorts of things.
I don't
It's very clear in your housing strategy that is something the city is interested in continuing to pursue.
So we can't somehow incorporate this into our rolling process of applicants coming in for rental, I'm going to say it wrong, but rental assistance, but we have all the parameters, just like we did for base camp. And someone comes in through our rolling process and submits an application to pay their landlord. And again, all the parameters, I'm not asking for anything outside of that, but is that something that would fit into what you presented tonight?
I'm wondering if those would be in the box that outside of the rolling solicitation, because it would be such a small amount of money that you would want to make some kind of blanket appropriation that, and then allow staff to just administer that.
Where like a landlord could come and say, I'm renting this unit for 1,500, but the applicant can only afford 900. Can you subsidize the delta?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't want to like derail what we have to talk about, but I've heard this, not just tonight. I've heard it from other folks, and I think it's something we should explore. I know it's in our plan, but at some point, whether we talk about it at our retreat, I really, as Julia said, the problem is, and we heard Jason, it's now, and so this is something that could really help. Okay, I'll stop, but maybe it's more appropriate for our council retreat. We talk about our goals.
What is the next step on
I don't
this?
know.
Though? How do we like make sure this gets pushed forward? Or do you just hear us loud and clear and you'll make sure it?
The two things that Julia brought
Have we
forward-
beaten this horse
no,
dead horse enough?
I mean, it's always worth confirming. The two things that Julia described in her comments are in the housing strategy as adopted by council. Every time I have shared the housing strategy with this group to kind of get a check-in about priorities, I essentially always say the same thing until I hear otherwise. I consider all of those strategies as tactics as viable. And we are simply working through the process to figure out how we make it happen.
And we have one other scenario is possibly subsidizing the employer to be able to give stipends to their tenants. I just worry about always subsidizing the landlord or the developer because we then artificially keep rents high.
Well,
I
when
don't
are
want
you,
the market
when are you scheduled to come back to us and talk about the housing strategy and action plan? Because I mean, it seems like, right, we're
December
circling.
9th, that's today, we're doing that, like, but it's just one specific piece of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, just to like even bring that, I mean, Julia was sort of describing this. I mean, that is how oftentimes the STR to LTR conversion programs work. The subsidy is going to the owner of the short-term rental unit because they need that economic incentive to change the use. But oftentimes you're organizing your tenant pool around employers. So like you may have an employer that essentially says, we want to have a master lease with 6 units. And these are the types of units I need. So you're getting to the employer through that route.
So I think this does come back to the strategy action plan, right? In terms of a review of that, where we are and the kind of the prioritization.
And maybe I should say this loud and clear so that everyone knows. We actually have to, we have the opportunity based on new state requirements that we will be updating the housing strategy next year. So we are a subject jurisdiction to new state requirements that we actually have to create what the state calls a housing action plan and update it every 6 years. So our deadline for that is actually January 1, 2028. We have some other things going on that it makes sense to actually fast track it and do it next year. So we will be having an active conversation with council next year about essentially a revised housing strategy with, like, so for instance, the way that yours is written now, it's kind of got this 2-year action window. For us to be compliant with the state, we need to be thinking about sort of 6-year window. So just know that will be an active conversation next year.
I think what I'm hearing from council and what we've heard from the commenters is we're interested in what's going to happen next year, not an update to the plan, right? But in terms of the strategies and actions that we've talked about, what's actually on the books to happen. Obviously, like we talked tonight, inclusionary zoning and the linkage fee has been one of the strategies that we've been looking at, or actions, right? But so again, back
to that, I mean, and the next step, we are suggesting if a purchase of deed restriction program is of interest to council, he and I are going to put the pedal to the metal and essentially come back to you with program guidelines as soon as we can, so that you all can sort of say, yep, that's something that we want to do. If we want an initial appropriation of STR tax funds that allows us to start to administer that program, I mean, that could be up and running in a matter of months.
That would be part of this mortgage support, I guess, in a way. You'd get, if you're, yeah.
But I know, is that a question you're asking us tonight?
Yes. Do you support the proposed next steps for council? And so that is.
Okay, let's go to the proposed next steps. Well, or do we want to go back to the city council discussion and direction needed? Are you doing that or?
I'm happy for this conversation to go whatever's, I can roll with whatever. So whatever.
Okay, well, let's start with, right, I think you want it city council discussion and direction requested, right? So let's just go through these questions. We've talked a lot about this. Is there anything additional to add on the clarifications and revisions to assumptions?
Oh my God, do we have to go through all 8 of these?
No.
Question.
I mean, here's the thing. As we go through these questions, Gail, I'd like to kind of realize that we have discussed a lot of these already.
No,
I don't want to revisit.
No, so that's the point. I totally understand, but we need to touch on them to say, have we, or is there anybody, does anybody have anything additional? Easy answer is no.
Need any more?
If you want the two of us to like give you shorthand of what we think would be important,
yes, just let's do that.
Based upon what we've talked about today, Brad.
I think we need some input relative to like what you think this portfolio of investments looks like. Should it tilt on average to deeper affordability, or is there some interest in actually essentially investing funds that results in a workforce restriction only and everything? And just in general, like, does that full spectrum of potential investments make sense, or is it something that council would prioritize?
I mean, I can share my own opinion. I view it a little differently. I feel like we've been moving forward on longer term, bigger picture things. And I really think the big priority for me would be immediate things. So how can we spin this up fast so we get money out the door that has an immediate impact? That's what I would like to see prioritized through this program. Because you guys have done a really good job of coming to us and saying this land's for sale or this development opportunity, like those, I feel like we've been moving on, but it's the immediate stuff. That would be my preference.
And so to that, Councilor Swintek, I mean, that is, I would describe that the pipeline of projects that we are trying to cultivate right now are the things that could actually be delivered relatively quickly. These are folks with entitled projects that, absent an investment of city subsidy, would deliver a market rate project. But if we brought the right subsidy to the table, they would bring workforce and affordable units into their development programs. I mean, those are very much the types of things that we're doing, and we are presuming that is also your priority.
That's still not
The same is true on the sort of purchase of deed restriction program. That essentially brings a new unit in a matter of month.
Yeah.
You know, was a market rate unit. It is now an affordable unit or a workforce unit.
Well, and again, right? I mean, I think there's a difference. I mean, in terms of the shovel, those are shovel-ready projects, but you still have to dig the hole, right, and build. In terms of the first scenario that you were talking about, right, versus the purchase of deed restrictions. And I think what I'm hearing, right, from council is we need to see, right, workforce units brought. I mean, the sooner the better.
Ideally, like deed restrictions would be rent. Like what was that place that doesn't have ovens? Base camp, like another of those, like those kinds of things.
It will forever be known.
But it is important for us to know so is council interested in supporting deed restrictions that wouldn't come with an appreciation cap? And that's what we're calling a workforce unit versus only looking at appreciation capped units or at, limitations for AMI eligibility. There's a big difference, and we are getting quite a bit of interest to just have units that are restricted to, like with a light restriction, we call it, for workforce only, but where there's no income or appreciation cap.
I mean, wouldn't the amount of money they receive be less than if they were
Yes.
to? So I'm not averse to that because if they only deed restrict, but without a cap, they get less money.
Yeah, the level of subsidy is going to be commensurate with the level of restriction.
Yeah.
But it seems to me it needs to be also driven by the housing needs assessment, right? Right? I mean, in terms of what we know the needs to be. So I certainly wouldn't want, I don't think we'd be serving our community if it's all only workforce, but certainly a proportion, right, needs to be workforce.
That would be that's part of this like iterative changing is we would start with this. And then if it's like we've gotten only this kind, then we can tweak what we're doing. I think just getting it going would be the best.
I would also love to hear anything about the roles that either concerns you generally feel comfortable with it, very specifically the role of staff, let's call staff plus contractor. There is a very specific role for the City Council Housing Subcommittee and what we're laying out. So I just generally is that feeling okay for you all? Because that obviously puts in motion a lot of assumptions about how this gets operated.
I support a new housing focused board or commission. I have had my reservations around the ad hoc housing. I appreciate all of them. But I would this is one of our major goals for council. And so we have a Parks and Rec Commission. I don't know why we wouldn't have a housing. We have a dedicated funding stream. And I would like us to be able to do the interview, like all of it.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see any duplication. So that's what I'm worried about, right? Is making sure that we're not, that to the extent that, again, back to what we talked about from the Housing Authority, we absolutely don't want to create any sort of conflict of interest, but we also don't have the luxury of duplicating staff or duplicating efforts.
So yeah, and the idea is not to do that. In some ways, it is to avoid duplication of your role. right? So that you are actually seeing fully vetted projects that like have been vetted from like a community impact and sort of standard underwriting. So when it actually arrives at you for a decision related to appropriation, you have comfort that project has been fully vetted. It's honestly to save you time and energy so that you can focus at like that strategic altitude of like, you know, you're the entity that ought to be saying, oh, we've seen 5 workforce deals in a row. Like we really need to be thinking about how we get to deeper affordability. Let's make sure and message that, or just seeing the overall investment portfolio over time and directing those who execute really that you might want to see different outcomes. And so therefore that's where the tweaks come in.
So yes.
Other thoughts on that? Okay. All right. What else, Brad? Walk us through this.
So quickly on fund balance, you all sort of described this. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. I just kind of almost want to hear it from you all. Like we should not, to Councilor Dixon's comment earlier, like the goal here is sort of to deplete the fund, but also to not deplete the fund, right? I mean, and so when you say a rolling solicitation process, you're giving the sort of vibe that like you're always open for proposals, but there probably are points and times when we should not be, because essentially the fund is oversubscribed, overcommitted. And, you know, we don't have to sort of handle the math now. I just head nods that, yeah, we should probably establish something that feels like a relatively black and white view of when essentially we would now no longer accept proposals because the fund needs to essentially recapitalize.
I'm the only one who disagrees, but we can continue on.
And just to be clear, this would be a small number. This is like in the
$1.
Okay, maybe not that small.
Price is right.
And part of that, Councilor Swintek, is mostly just to be very. I mean, I mentioned this before. We obviously our partners here are the development community. They love something that feels like predictability. That does not mean guarantee of award, but guarantee of that they understand the process. And what I try to commit to people when we're having our conversations is the thing I want a development partner to not experience is a long maybe. I want them a quick yes or a quick no, or you're just not there yet, come back when you're closer. And that is my main concern of like stuff walking in the door and just being like, really, we got to wait a little bit because you're essentially suggesting a deployment of funds that's a half a year from now, and we're just not quite sure we'll be able to do that. That's the main thing here.
Okay.
I view it as like days cash on hand for a nonprofit. Like you never want to be at zero for exactly what you're describing, that you should have something in the bank for things that come up.
Well, I think that when we started this whole process for the ad hoc, we said we put 10 million aside, right?
Yep, 5 to 10 million was what the RFP set for a target.
But moving forward, if you're asking me for an advice, I don't know the answer, but at least for the next couple of cycles, years, whatever you want to call it, maybe we just put a percentage of the previous year's take, and it may be 25%. And we say, you know what, we're just going to put 25% into this fund, and it's going to cap at that, or 30% or 10%. I don't care. But there's a fixed number that then allows us to then say no to some projects because we want something else to do. And the something else to do, we don't know what it is, right? So I'm not going to say there is an answer. It could be Campbell property that we have coming down the pipe that we need to spend some money on. It may be Brown Ranch is coming online and we need a water treatment plant. We need to do some other things. However, if we're going to move forward with this ad hoc committee, we should at least put a percentage down. Now, I don't know what that is, but why don't you bring us something that says, hey, this is a reasonable amount based upon some of the proposals that we have coming that we could foresee doing in the next couple of years. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I definitely don't support depleting the whole balance just because we have it sitting there. And especially at this point in the cycle, economic cycle we're in. You know, having dry powder is definitely worthwhile. But having some sort of number there definitely makes sense to me. If we're going to geographic eligibility, I don't think we go outside the city. Just throwing it out there.
For funny. Short term, I do agree. However, when I was looking and talking you know, I know this is going to throw out an interesting conversation, but Craig, Colorado, you know, a lot of Craig, Colorado has a attitude toward their impact of housing in their community is directly related to Steamboat Springs being such a draw of their residents. And as they're building affordable housing and trying to build affordable housing in Craig, could we not use, you know, give them $1 million, $2 million to help subsidize some of their projects, which we know affect us here? That is where your limitation would be like, nope, we can't spend it outside the city limits. You know, there's some goodwill that we need to build with our neighboring communities, especially when we're working with the RTA. And this was one of the discussions that says, if we were able to use some of the money in Craig, because they have this project and their whole community, not whole, but a lot of the community feels that we're Big Bag Steamboat and their housing problem is because of us, it would go a long way if we said, hey, here's some money that, you know, we could do. So I'm not supportive of limiting that in that geographical location. But again, this is a bigger conversation that we're having about the geographic than the ad hoc committee. If it's just ad hoc for residential usage in the city of Steamboat, I am kind of apt to keep it to where the money is being generated.
Yep, so city and the UGB.
Yeah.
I agree with the goodwill, but I think the public would have a hard time spending tax dollars collected here in Craig. So there might be another different funding mechanism that we could consider.
Is there any disagreement?
I would support doing everywhere, like in Route County, but with a priority for in the city limits. But I'm in the minority, so we can move on.
I think that's correct, right? I think the majority is definitely city limits and urban growth boundary.
UGB.
Housing Authority be better charged with that.
I know. I was gonna get there.
All right, do you want to move on to 7, the cultivating?
Yeah, so this is essentially like we are out there cultivating a pipeline of potential awards, which means essentially describing where we think these programs are going to end up. That is really with Councilor Swintek's goal in mind of like just making sure the second we have sort of program details understood that we can invest. But if that doesn't make you comfortable, and we should be doing a little bit less of that and actually just get the program guidelines dialed in, like I totally understand that. I will just say that these conversations have been really instructive because they help us understand essentially our market and who are the folks that we would be partnering with. So, I mean, I think our recommendation is to keep doing what we're doing. But again, I totally understand if you weren't, seeing it that way.
Thumbs up.
I mean, I guess this is where I see, is there overlap with the Housing Authority on this in terms of cultivating potential investments?
I don't see that personally. I mean, other than like the Housing Authority is a potential recipient of an award. I mean, they have their own sort of pipeline of projects that we generally understand. Hilltop, if you want to think of it as sort of a joint conversation, that is one of the sort of projects that we are trying to understand what level of award would look like, how it would fit into this program, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Or the one near Riverview. I mean, it seems like there's partnership, right? I mean, in terms of what's the appropriate way to develop something. Is that the Bear?
Oh, Bear River Apartments?
Yeah.
Are there projects you see coming in your pipeline that would be better served by the Housing Authority than you guys, or do you ship them that way, or do you?
Yeah, if we have anyone that is, let's just take the case that is a private developer, particularly one with an entitled project that is trying to figure out how to deliver it, particularly maybe deliver it with affordability in mind. I mean, partnering with the Housing Authority is one of the things that we suggest to them. That is clearly a logical partner that they could engage. That still results in a likely conversation of how and in what way could the city be a financial partner in this deal. I mean, there is still likely going to be subsidy needed to essentially deliver affordability. It's just the partners on the other side of the table, those chairs rearrange a little bit.
Similar to the school board property.
All of that. Yep.
We have the money.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Okay.
So this is the next steps as proposed. You all sort of hit this already, but I suspect you're going to talk about appointments next week, but I would love to hear whenever you're ready. Housing Subcommittee, because again, there's a kind of a backlog.
Well, I don't think you should wait. I mean, if you've got a backlog.
We're close enough. I mean, President Montine and I chatted about this a little bit since he is currently the only member. The thing that made us nervous about like having these conversations before those appointments have been made is the Housing Subcommittee typically sees these projects multiple times, right? And we talked about like having a couple of meetings like while we're in this sort of period of transition. And that would not be fair to the applicant to have maybe a different set of counselors sitting there vetting versus like when we can get sort of that steady set of appointments. I mean, I think folks are generally fine. We're not losing ground per se. I just wanted to make it very clear that there probably would be a couple meetings of the subcommittee in January.
Yeah, we'd hate to think we've lost the whole month of November, which.
The Housing Subcommittee met until literally Councilor McGinley's last day. We had a meeting that day. It's really been sort of after that, and really it's been with frankly President Montine out for a few weeks. That was been one of the things as well.
Oh, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I have a bit of concern. I think probably on behalf of council, I mean, we don't want to, we can fill in and make sure that things keep moving. So.
We have not, I don't want you to think alarm bells are going off. It just, there will be some things to do early next year for sure.
Okay.
If you have, in July, you said, let's go forward with this purchase of deed restriction program. This is kind of our final, like, make sure you're still good with that. And we will come back to you relatively quickly with program guidelines. And that may then obviously result in a request for an appropriation so that we can actually essentially source this program.
Great.
Sounds like a January work session.
Yep.
Perfect.
Thumbs up.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. January work session.
It's already been penciled in, but we need to have this conversation to be sure.
Okay.
And then you all, obviously if we need to come back and I think have a higher level sort of goals conversation, and maybe that comes out of your retreat as well. I'm not suggesting you would focus specifically on this, but there may be some input that you provide, Tom in particular, that would be helpful to start that process. So we can come back to that when sort of the time is right. But if there is support for that new board or commission, we can start kind of thinking about sort of what the program, the committee guidelines and responsibilities would look like, and work through the details with council in terms of making that opportunity available to the public.
Okay. Any other final comments? Any other final information that you need?
You'll be talking about this for several, we will do our best to move at the pace, but also I don't want to overwhelm your agendas. We could be talking about these components a lot. So just, I would say keep us sort of in the loop and informed if we're working at the pace that's sustainable for you all. I'm hearing very loud and clear, move as expeditiously as possible to have outcomes and impact as soon as possible. So I'm hearing that, but at the same time, you have other business you have to do as well. So let's just, make sure we're keeping all of that in mind.
And I think just to go on the record, I did listen to part of your meeting with the ad hoc committee. And I think one comment that you made was something about agenda management and sometimes having to wait to get on an agenda. I think from a council perspective, we would want that to be prioritized, right? So, I think just to be clear from a housing perspective, that I think what you're bringing to council is a priority.
Within reason.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, no, right, exactly.
11 p.m. meeting.
No, but we would need to, again, try to do that balance. But I just don't, I think we want to make it clear that it's a priority, so something else would have to come off.
Well, maybe.
Address that when it comes up.
Well, as I said, he brought it up during the committee. Maybe I misheard, but I guess I want to be very clear that I think from a council perspective, housing is a priority. And so I think there will be an effort to make sure that it gets on an agenda and doesn't have to wait.
I mean, maybe to that, this is it's the same issue, but maybe a slight diversion of topic. You probably got like the feel of tonight's presentation was a bit of a like temperature check. We can sort of change approach and actually take elements of programs that we've talked about and go all the way to actually developing straw proposals that are full guidelines, essentially trying to write every detail that we can think about to put in front of you, and try to speed up the process that way. But like, you know, that's y'all's comfort level of what you want to see and what you want to react to. I mean, you know, particularly with, two new members of council, like the experience I've had in the last couple of years in having this conversation maybe changes a little bit, and we're just in trying to gauge that. But if your feeling is put something in front of us that's as baked as the two of you can get it, acknowledging you all are the decision makers, we can change tact and really go down that route and essentially propose and let you all, as tell us if we're on the right track, and if we have to take a pretty big step back, we will. Or we can advance all the way into like we're now at deployment and execution of a program.
And if you had strong subcommittee members, you could
Same,
end
yep,
up
exactly,
putting it
correct,
into a
yep.
consent agenda for simpler projects.
Yep.
I see what you proposed tonight, streamlining the process eventually, yes? Making,
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. We in our conversation we were having with someone today who was interested is, don't think of streamline as making it quicker.
yeah.
It's just a more reliable and understood process.
Yeah.
These are the steps. That this is when you get to the point where like the proposal as presented maybe isn't meeting enough of our metrics, whether that be the financial feasibility of the project, the outcomes that we want to see in terms of unit production, and maybe that conversation ends. But to go all the way from someone submits a letter of intent to they actually have an item on council that includes something like an appropriation and a grant agreement, that is likely always going to be a half a year. I don't know that there's a whole lot to speed up as much as it is making it very clear these are what the steps are. With like the exception, I mean, the idea of like agenda schedule. I mean, if the expectation is that an applicant is going to come to you, describe their project, have this initial conversation in terms of what council sees as what your desired outcomes are, and then there's a second meeting that has to happen as well. I mean, that just added minimum, let's call it 2 months, right? Versus like, can all of that happen before you all see essentially a final kind of investment package?
Yep. I mean, I think you hear, right? I mean, we're anxious to get things done, but you both have a good sense of council and where we're going to move. So finding that balance. We just don't want to be the one that's holding up the process.
I hear you.
Okay. Anything else?
To adjourn.
All right. We've got a motion to adjourn. Okay. All right.
You appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
You guys want a copy of this?